Hello. Yes. I am Steve Jobs today, with my black polo neck on. Taking it nice and slow.
What are you saying? Beatnik.
Beatnik.
Oh, there we go. What's beatnik? What's beatnik aesthetic? What is this? That note's going on too long, please. Where did that note go? Come back, see?
You don't know what conkers are? Well, first of all, there is a G in the word. There is a K in the word, not a G. You don't know what a fucking conker is. Bitch doesn't know what a motherfucking conker is. Bitch doesn't know. motherfucking squirrel do? What the motherfucking squirrel do? What the motherfucking squirrel do? I am a pleasant surprise on time. Bitch doesn't know what a motherfucking conker is. Doesn't know what a motherfucking conker is. Bitch doesn't know what a motherfucking conker is. Bitch doesn't know, bitch doesn't know, bitch doesn't know. Bitch doesn't know what a motherfucking conker is. Bitch doesn't know, bitch doesn't know. Bitch doesn't know what a motherfucking conker is. Bitch doesn't know what a motherfucking conker is. Bitch doesn't know what a motherfucking conker is. Alright.
Woo! Ugh, stop. Alright, let's get some lo-fi on, shall we? That was fun. I don't mind that one. I didn't mind that one. Whoa, loud. Where's my chair? How are we doing tonight? How are we doing? I look super cool in these sunglasses. Yeah, I do. $7.99 for a pack of 4 of these bad boys in different colours from Amazon. Stay. You made some chocolate banana bread and it's the best thing you've ever baked. That does sound pretty fucking awesome. You're confused about Conker. Well, we shall get to the Conkers. Don't you worry. We have got things to chat about. I've got my Steve Jobs turtleneck on. We mean motherfucking business. And also, my nose is running a little bit. I do not have a cold. There is rogue snot happening. I'm actually dressed for the weather today. I do not have bare arms. Your Honor, I do not have bare arms. I have lost a nail though already. Where are my sound effects? I need, that'll do. Being too boisterous. But yeah, it's getting cold, isn't it? Depressingly cold. I do have bisexual lighting, although everything looks very much a different colour through these glasses. I will take them off eventually because they do kind of like it does freak me out a little bit how everything is a different colour to what it normally is. Although that light that's directly in front of me is not like blinding me anymore, so that's one good thing about having these glasses on. Can I give you music recommendations? What, like things I've been listening to recently? I've been I've had the new Linkin Park songs on repeat. The two that they've released from their new album so far, I've had them on repeat. Heavy as the Crown and the first one, whatever that one's called. But I haven't heard the whole album yet. Maybe the rest of the album's shit, but enjoying those two. Emily Armstrong's got quite a scream on her. Like that bit in Heavy in the Crown where she I wonder if I can just play a little bit of it. Just two seconds before YouTube absolutely nukes my entire channel. That bit where she screams in Heavy in the Crown. Heavy as the Crown. Whatever it's called. I wonder if I can get straight to it. Yeah, is this bit? Wait, hang on, I'll play 2 seconds. This is what you asked for! Okay, that's all we can play. Right, back to the lo-fi. That's my favourite bit. It's a very good scream. Darling, so nice to see you across the pond. It's like 1996 all over again. That's not when Linkin Park were big. 1996? No, wait. It was like 2000s. What else have I been listening to? Just the usual like funky house mixes. Or like jazzy house mixes by random DJs on YouTube. Normally like while I'm working or while I'm working out. Did I get Oasis tickets? I do not wish to have Oasis tickets. Fuck that noise. Have I been listening to the remixed Brat album? I did not know there was a remixed Brat album. I have not even listened to the unremixed Brat album. No, not all British people are Oasis superfans. I have a gasp on here, don't I? We're not all Oasis super fans. I'm sorry. I'm just like the least Britpop person you will ever encounter. Are you a Katy Perry fan? No. Never have been. Right, we're doing the first beer pour of the night. No, Britpop. Right, okay. Spice Girls is pop by Brits. Britpop is a different thing. The Spice Girls are awesome. I will not have you disparaging the Spice Girls. Spice Girls are amazing and are my childhood. Britpop is that's Britpop. If you look it up in the dictionary, that's the that's what it says. All right. Rancho Rosa, raspberry, lemon, and rose lager, 4.2%. Nice. Drygate Brewing Company. Lovely. Not much of a head, but you know, it's putting up a fight. Oh, it's all over my desk already. I need a resident cloth. Britpop is the opposite of girl power. Absolutely. Facts. Ooh, this... Yeah, okay. This does taste like raspberry. I'm not really getting the lemon, but... Raspberry... Does taste like raspberry. Raspberry and lemon and rose. I'll ask again, what's with the bad pour? Does the moon law need explaining? Just come along for the ride, man. No time to explain! Hop in! You're on the moon train. Choo choo. Don't ask questions. So, what have I been up to this week? I have been going to the gym. I want to do a 10k. I want to run a 10k, so I've been on the treadmill quite a lot, trying to get my fitness up, because I want to do a 10k in, you know, I don't know, a higher than average time, maybe, hopefully. So yeah, I've been running a lot. It fucks up my knees though. You're practicing for a half marathon in March. Yeah, I've heard about the beer mile. Do you know about the beer mile? I've had that suggested to me. I don't know if they do it in America though. I mean, I don't know if they do it in the UK, but I've seen it in America. Beer Mile London? Wait, hang on. What's the word on the beer PO box? Oh. I mean, right, it costs so much for a subscription to a PO box that I just don't know if it's worth it. But like, you can set up Amazon like wish lists where you don't like give out your address, So would that work? I don't know. I need to look into it. Should I take these off now? Look, I need things to be a normal colour. It's throwing me off. That's really bright in my face now. There we go. Let's get rid of this. Do they do it in the UK? Or the races involving alcohol? Beer crate running. None of this is in the UK. Beer mile. UK. Oh. The England Beer Mile team. The England Women's Beer Mile team. Maybe I should do this. I don't get the privilege of starting it because it already exists by the looks of it. But yeah, every time I think every time you do a lap, you have to chug a beer, don't you? Maybe I'll try that one day. So yeah. What else have I been doing this week? Well, basically researching the Letby case, although I'm getting to the point where I'm sort of widening my scope into like kind of looking at the justice system as a whole, because, well, I don't know, I feel like I need to have some sort of, I need to suggest some sort of like remedy for like this whole thing, because there's loads of experts scrambling around being like arguing with each other, like, this is how you're supposed to do this, no, this is how you're supposed to do this. So I'm kind of looking into like how trials work and how the justice system works. I've also watched the Menendez brothers dramatization on Netflix as well, which is a good example of like how trials just can be completely biased and wrong. I'm gonna bust Letby out of jail. I heard bad things about the Menendez Netflix series, but to be honest, I thought it was really good. I really enjoyed it. Maybe they dragged it out a little bit, I don't know. But, no, I thought it was really good. And I watched the documentary afterwards as well. Both Menendez brothers got married while in prison, which doesn't make me feel great about my status as a single person. But yeah, I've been looking into like the justice system and how trials work and how it's kind of fundamentally flawed the way they work, and especially when it comes to the use of expert witnesses in trials, because essentially if you have an expert witness for the prosecution and an expert witness for the defense and they're both completely like contradicting each other, it's down to the judge and the jury to decide what side of the science is more correct, when neither the judge or the jury have any background in science and how the scientific process works. How is that a good way to do things at all? Like, that seems to be what it comes down to. Because then you have, like, I think what happened in the Letby trial, this is my guess, but her defense had a medical expert who was going to come on to the stand and say why he thought all of the babies died of natural causes. But he was never called to the stand. And I think it's because the prosecution expert witness was reportedly on the stand, like, quite dogmatic and argumentative with Letby's lawyer. And when you have someone who's like quite charismatic and saying this is definitely how these babies died, they were murdered, and then you put up against them another medical expert who's saying, well, we can't really be sure why they died, I'm not too sure, but it could have also been this. It looks shit compared to a very dogmatic, argumentative person who's like, this woman murdered these babies and this is why. So I don't think he even called his expert witness to the stand, the defense lawyer, because it would have confused the jury and it would have made him look shit compared to the other guy. And this is the problem with like having expert witnesses in adversarial justice systems. When you have both of them affiliated with either side, it seems to me like a completely stupid way of doing it. I'll talk about the conkers in a second, okay? Even I'm not completely sure what's going on. I'm just going to react to a video. All I heard was steal conkers, cheating. Being properly scientifically accurate doesn't make for great rhetoric. No, it doesn't. Get to the conkers, for fuck's sake. You won't shut up about the bloody conkers. Alright. Let's talk about some conkers. But anyway, yeah, I've been doing lots of thinking about how to improve the justice system. Because obviously it's down to me. I've got to fix things again. I'm coming to the rescue. Trial by combat, yeah. With Harry Hill as the judge. There's only one way to find out. Fine! Is that a reference anybody's gonna get? Maybe not. I should moonlight as an audiobook reader. Did Blobby have a Harry Hill fight once? I don't know. Possibly. Are there any books I'd recommend? I've just been reading papers, really, like papers people have written about it. I've not read any books about it, to be honest. You would listen to Moon audiobooks on Mooncasts. How does our culture influence the justice system? Well, the justice system influences culture, and culture influences the justice system. Because, like, the jury are influenced by culture, so they decide on verdicts based on cultural influences. And then, I guess, the verdicts, or like the law, influences culture. At the same time, it's like a circular thing, isn't it? You want me to read Rule of the Bone by Russell Banks? Okay, I don't know what that is, but... Alright, because you keep going on about the Conkers. I mean, I did put them in the title. What do I expect? We'll start with the Conkers, shall we? Book recommendation: Acid for the Children by Flea from Red Hot Chili Peppers. I didn't even know he wrote a book.
It's a children's game that's been played since the 1800s, but scandals engulfed this year's World Conker Championships in Northamptonshire after one of the winners was accused of cheating. King Conker, otherwise known as 82-year-old David Jenkins, is being investigated after finally winning the title on his 46th attempt. It turns out there was something unusual in his pocket. Graham Satchell reports.
The world of conkers has gone bonkers, with allegations of cheating at the highest level. The controversy is focused on this man, King Conker, also known as 82-year-old David Jenkins. He's accused of using a conker made of steel and obliterating his opponent's nuts with one hit. Allegations he denies.
Load of nonsense. No other word for it. Well, really, nothing's happened. You know, I've been played conkers and won.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
The World Conkers Championship started in the 60s. There have always been strict rules.
No baked or pickled conkers are allowed.
Is this a British thing then? I thought conkers were played all around the world.
And the bootlace has to be at least 8 inches long.
Today, conkers are still drilled and laced independently. Opponents pick them randomly from a bag. The championship...
Oh, so you can't even choose your own conker? How could he have cheated then, unless he did a bit of sleight of hand and got his steel conker out of his pocket?
Organising
You've never heard about conkers?
committee has taken the allegations of cheating seriously and started an investigation.
The initial indications are...
Well, if that's the conker he was using...
Of cheating seriously...
He's definitely cheating if that's the conker he's using.
And started an investigation.
The initial indications are that it's all completely innocent. So we're looking into video evidence. We've got a video.
Oh my God, I just love the conker necklaces. Is there conkers on his hat as well? Oh my God.
Initial investigations.
He's a saint. He's the saint of conkers. What?
Seem to show that he's done the right thing, but we haven't had a chance to finish the investigations yet. There's still some more people we need to talk to.
This is the phone footage the committee has been examining. Mr. Jakins in the green appears to put one conker in his pocket, then takes out another from a different pocket and throws it into the crowd. Could the one still in his pocket be made of steel? Although the investigation isn't finished, it's likely Mr. Jakins will keep his trophy. He admits carrying a steel conker, but says he used it simply to amuse children.
That just made him sound so much worse. I keep a steel conker in my pocket to amuse children.
If the world has gone a bit nuts, the reputation of the championship has been bruised rather than smashed, with the committee adamant this is a case of complaints of a sore loser and not, in the end, cheating. Graham Satchell, BBC News.
My goodness, I'm loving the conker fashion. Where can you just get that green jacket?
That other woman in that shot, I'm sure she was like, I think I saw an interview with her. Isn't she like American?
Although the investigation isn't finished.
Yeah, US woman wins. So she was the winner. That woman on the left. How dare she?
G'day.
See, you do know what they are.
I bet you didn't know about this quirky competition. An American just made history, but there's a twist. This year's World Conker Championships in England brought more drama than a soap opera. Picture this. Kelsey Banchbach, an American from Indianapolis, moves to England 2 years ago and ends up winning the title.
Cultural appropriation!
Talk about beginner's luck, right? But wait, things got even nuttier. The men's champion, 82-year-old David Jakins, affectionately known as King Conker, is now facing some serious...
This video is great.
allegations. Why? Because his opponent's conker shattered in just one hit. That's right, Jakins was accused of using a metal conker. Yes, you heard that correctly, a metal conker. Jakins claims it was all just a joke, a humorous prop. But organisers aren't laughing. They're on a full investigation mode, inspecting leftover conkers and interviewing witnesses. Some spectators are worried that the integrity of this charmingly bizarre tradition might be at stake. Despite the controversy, Banchbach's historic win has shone a spotlight on this quirky and beloved competition. Whether Yakin's metal nut turns out to be a genuine scandal or a cheeky misunderstanding, one thing's for sure. The World Conker Championships have never been more exciting. So, folks, grab your horse chestnuts and stay tuned.
You're really making it sound really exciting, mate. All right, I want to see like footage of the actual competition in action. Brit clip. Why is he dressed like Tutankhamun? Tutankhamun. Well, it looks like Conker was what they were using on that previous video when they slowed down that clip. If you've got slow-mo cameras filming the action, you've got Conker. That is Conker. This has been going since 1965. Action is a stretch! I really don't know why they're dressed like pharaohs, though. That's escaping me. $85. There you go. Now, you know what conquering is. What next? What was that? The ploughing championships. I'm gonna go on a I'm gonna go on a rabbit hole. This is the most laid-back championships I've ever seen. This is what all sports should be like. This is relaxing. Proper vintage tractors as well. Oh, look at that. No John Deere here. Oh. Anyway. Love a good vintage tractor. Anyway, what else have we got to talk about? I'm already feeling the need for a piss. It's terrible. It's terrible. I swear I went for one just before I clicked go live. I swear. I did. I peed just before. But anyway. Right. I'll be right back.
I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. 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 I can't talk right now. I'm making piss.
Well, that was a quick one. It was barely even halfway through the song. Coming out of me like a yellow cable. If you know that reference. Well done to you. Oh, it's time for another beer pour. Remember the spider from a couple of weeks back? It's fucking come back. It's still under my bath. And I scared it away for about a week. Okay, I don't like spiders, but I don't like killing them, and it leaves me in this horrible predicament every time there's one in my house. Because I want it to go away, but I don't want to kill it. So the plan was, because it's in such a difficult place to catch, under my bath, the plan was to suck it up with the Hoover, but then hopefully it wouldn't die on the journey up the Hoover tube. And it would be in the Hoover cylinder. It's a Dyson, one of those bagless Dyson cylinders. And then I could just empty it outside and it could run off and be free. But, so I was like, I was pointing the Hoover tube at the spider, and, you have to be quick because they're very quick. And I was pointing it, and that it was too quick. And it just disappeared into the hole before I could even switch the Hoover on. So, but I didn't see it for about a week after that because I probably scared it so much. Just from pointing a Hoover tube at it. So I was like, oh, it's probably gone forever. It's probably moved house now. Nope. Reappeared the other day. Still here. I didn't kill it. It's still here and it's still terrorizing me. Terrorizing me. Okay? What do we have? Guapo. Double dry hopped. Micro IPA. Guapo. Yeah, it's probably got a whole setup in that hole because it goes into a hole. Like underneath the floor of the bathroom, it goes into a hole. Into the space between floors in my house. So it's probably got, a full-on setup. It's hanging up pictures on the wall of like spider porn or something. Dirty lady spiders are on the wall now. Very good. Brooklyn's down there fast asleep. He will probably join us at some point, but while I was setting up for stream was when he was like wide awake and annoying the fuck out of me while I was trying to set everything up. So I had to like banish him out of the room. I locked him out of the room just while I was trying to set everything up, and he was just stood outside the door like I'd done the worst thing ever. So then I left him back in, and he's in a huff now, and he's in his bed. He'll probably get up later and try again. When's the next DJ stream? I'd quite like to do a Halloweeny one. Cobweb lingerie on the dirty spider pictures. Do you think spiders have shaven legs in spider porn? Depends what they're into, I guess. They probably have different gender norms in spider culture. Even if they did, there's probably a sort of counter movement against the shaved spider legs movement. Help, I'm stuck takes on a whole new meaning. Isn't it the lady ones that live inside and the blokes come out of the sinks or something? Honestly, I have no idea. They're into vor. I mean, probably. The way that they eat, flies. Maybe. Fly vor. I've got something random to watch here. I have large spiders in the bathroom, just leave them be. I even give them a chance to scatter before I turn on the shower or clean. I'm close to naming them. It must be a lady then, because it's pretty big. If the lady ones are bigger than the male ones. How do you ask a spider to have to leave a shower? It sounds like you're setting up a joke. Is this a setup for a joke? How do you ask a spider to leave a shower? I don't know why this has turned to spider discourse. We've got things to talk about. Spider S&M. Should we do some random internet news? Andrew Tate.
It's a children's game that's been played since the 1800s, but scandals engulfed this year's World CONKER Championships in Northamptonshire after one of the winners was accused of cheating. King CONKER, otherwise known as 82-year-old Dave.
How about King CONKER?
The winners was accused of cheating. King CONKER.
That's got quite a ring to it. King CONKER. Right. YouTube to MP3 converter. Which Google link is going to work today? All right. Okay, we've got it. We've got it. "13 seconds in. 13 seconds. Thirteen. I think it's this right here. Are we right? Are we right?
King CONKER. 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 King CONKER.
Yeah, I really need to freeze some of these tracks, so I'm not using up so much of my CPU whenever I load that up. There we go. Right then. I didn't realise, but I have another video about the Conkers here.
Now, we promised you some answers over claims of cheating at this year's World Conker
About the VAR.
Championships. David Jenkins won the men's title in the World Conker Championships in Northamptonshire on Sunday. There he is. But afterwards, organisers say a steel chestnut was found in his pocket. He's denied using it in the tournament, saying he only had it with him for humour value. Joining us, St John Burkett, who is on the World Conker Championships organising committee and has been investigating the claims. Do you have an update for us, St John?
Yes, I thought we were going to be able to conclude the investigation by now, but it's going to be carrying on a bit longer because we need some more evidence. There is the video that's come to light, and I just need to talk to a few more people.
What does the video evidence show at this early stage?
Well, it appears to show that whilst Mr. Jenkins put his hand in his pocket at the end of the match, and then indeed threw a conker from a different pocket into the crowd, that he was very closely watched by 4 judges. It looks like it was absolutely impossible for him to cheat. We have got some various other testimony which indicates innocence, but we just need to conclude the investigation a bit later now.
We're going to have a look at that video while we're talking to you, and perhaps you could talk us through it. What are we looking at?
So you can see this is the end of the match, the end of the...
It's not proper VAR. That's not VAR, is it? That's not like slow-mo footage.
The final, and there Mr. Jenkins puts his hand in his pocket. You can see that a bit earlier, you could see that the judge there in yellow was looking very carefully at what he's doing. The other judge is also looking. You can see that I've appeared, and the chief umpire is also there looking very carefully at what's going on.
The Conker Championships, they seriously need the same funding as FIFA. I mean, clearly they need the same funding as FIFA.
So he's actually surrounded by his opponent and 4 officials, and we think that shows that it would have been impossible for him to cheat at that point. So we're just waiting for a bit more testimony.
I mean, he was at least foolhardy, wasn't he, having a steel conker in his pocket during the World Championships?
Yes, certainly to begin with. Whether he actually had it during games is another question we need to have answered.
Yeah, absolutely.
We haven't got the answer to that one yet.
Have you asked him?
Oh, I've asked him, yes. He's just saying it's a load of nonsense. So we just need a corroboration, because we don't ever take one person's word for it. We just need the corroboration from others, which we're just getting now.
So you initially thought it was an open shot case, didn't you, that he was clearly innocent? But now you're going to have to go back and have an action replay?
She really wants the Conker scoop.
Absolutely, yes. Some suspicion. So we're looking carefully at it.
And when do you think you might have the conclusion?
Well, hopefully within the next 24 hours or so, when we've got a response from people, because of course some people have gone off to work for the day, so it's going to take us a bit of time.
And is your decision final?
With the committee would have to approve any decision.
How many are on the committee?
14.
She's really trying to drag this interview out, isn't she? She's like, I had to fill 5 minutes with this segment. What else can I ask this bro with conkers on his hat?
How many?
14 people.
14. So who has the casting vote?
Oh, the chairman would have the casting vote.
Okay. So everybody's going to look at this video again, and within 24 hours you'll know whether the decision stands or not.
Well, that's a bit of a guess, 24 hours.
Okay, well, perhaps you'd be good enough, once you have finally made your decision, to come back and talk to us, because I know my viewers are absolutely enraptured by this story.
Yes, okay. Yeah, be happy to.
Fantastic. And I love your hat and necklace, I have to say. How long did it take you to put those together?
Oh, hours. It's part of the kit, almost compulsory when you play conkers.
Is it? Where'd you get your conkers from?
Oh, we're various trees, but the World Conkers use...
The fucking floor! Where else?
Is,
the Conker shop.
Some particular trees which produce very nice conkers. And if you ever come to the World Championships, you'll see most people dress up.
Okay, fantastic. And what's the best way to become a world champion?
Oh, well, I'd like to say practice, but some people, like this year's winner from the United States, had never really played before. So you can get through with a bit of luck, drawing the right conkers and having a good technique. You have to try and break your opponent's conker, of course, and that's one of the main aims. This year we had judges making sure that people did.
And are you allowed to have vinegar-soaked conkers or put them in the oven?
No, we provide the conkers from these special trees that we use, and you can only see the lace. So they're drawn blind out of a bag, and you have a fresh conker each game. So there is a bit of luck. You could get a duff conker. You can reject them and choose a different one. But
you don't want a duff conker.
Partly it's the luck of the draw.
Yeah.
Okay. Have you confiscated this steel conker?
We haven't. No, it's in Mr. Jenkins'
It's his
possession.
conker.
But we understand
Don't
the chief
confiscate
umpire
it.
may have a bit more information for us on that. So I need to talk to him further.
Okay. Well, we're fascinated, St. John. Do keep us in the loop. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
You can't use your own conker because that would allow cheating, I guess. That would, yeah, because then you could just bring in conkers made of whatever. Apparently. All right, I need to pee again. And then we'll go on to some other UK things. I also have Moonwake Beer Company, Leith Hell's Lager, 4%. It's only a lager, but it came in the beer 52. So, I mean, I'm hoping it's a nice lager. Ooh, it's very lively anyway. Wow, it's very lively. I'm gonna let that settle while I pee. I swear it's the freaking lemonade. I don't know because I had some lemonade before I went live. I think it's the lemonade that makes me want to pee. Oh, sorry. Better loop it.
I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. 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 I can't talk right now. I'm making piss.
Oh, nearly made it. Nearly made it before it looped. Nearly.
You got me burning up. I like to move it, move. I like to move it, move.
All right. So, oh, thank you for the cheer. So, what do we have next? Let's talk about Liam Payne, shall we? R.I.P. R.I.P. Liam Payne. Who even knows who Liam Payne is here?
I'm going to bring our audience
You know One Direction.
some breaking news, which is just coming into us here at Newsnight. We're hearing reports that a former member of One Direction, Liam Payne, has died after falling from the third floor of a hotel in Buenos Aires. Now, this is according to the Reuters news agency, who are quoting local police. AFP are quoting the local newspaper. Liam Payne was 31. We're going to talk now to our music reporter, Mark Savage. Mark, what are you hearing?
Well, the same as what you've just said. Local police reports in Buenos Aires are saying that Liam Payne fell from the third floor.
He didn't jump off a roof. He fell from a third floor balcony. We still don't know whether it was intentional or not.
Of a hotel in the capital and has been declared dead. Obviously, we don't have that 100% confirmed as of now, but very shocking news. He was only 31.
Yeah, like the worst thing about this is like his family may well have found out about this via TMZ.
Years old and achieved global fame with One Direction, selling more than 70 million records and then scoring #1 hits on his own with songs like Strip That Down, which was written by Ed Sheeran, and had recently released a new single called Teardrops. So this is very unexpected news.
Yeah, this is the TMZ thing.
Matt Charlton, who's music writer and broadcaster. Matt, thanks for coming on the show. I mean, clearly an absolute musical force, but one who had his issues, and he'd been open about them in the past.
He was dropped by his record label a couple of days before this happened. I'd not heard that, really.
Matt, good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, it's obviously...
He had been like, he was getting dragged online a lot, so it's possible. It's possible it could have happened, but he was getting dragged online a lot for... He was like erratic behaviour, basically. Clearly he'd been going through some addiction issues and he was having some problems with his ex. She was apparently about to release, I think, a book that talked about some sort of abusive behaviour that he did while they were in a relationship. And he was also like just going through some stuff, obviously, and was getting dragged a lot online before this happened. So yeah, it's possible that his record label might have dropped him, I guess. Yeah,
very important to eulogise him, and being thrust into the limelight at such an early age is notoriously a very, very hard thing to be for the brain, just any brain to be able to cope with. But I think it's also important to talk about this morning TMZ, who are the people that broke the news last night. And in the story that they broke, they actually published pictures of sections of his dead body. And I think it's one of the most irresponsible examples of the so-called journalism I've ever seen. I mean, you could call them vultures, but that's quite hard on vultures as they're part of the environment. You know, they have a function. These people are the worst example of humanity. And the photographer, the writer, the person who pressed publish on that story really should never work in the industry again. I think it's absolutely shameful. And I don't... I mean, I did click on that story because I had to talk about it this morning, but to get that traffic off something so deplorable, I just think is absolutely disgusting. But anyway...
it is really fucking horrible. Like, TMZ, they have just literally no morals whatsoever. They're just like... They just really want to post everything straight away. They just want to be the first. It wasn't his whole body, from what I remember. It was like they fucking, like, they posted his arm. Like, they posted a picture of his arm, like, not even his whole body, and they were like, "Hey, look, these are his tattoos." Like, what? Why do you like need a picture of his fucking arm anyway? You're already reporting it. It's literally a fucking pointless thing to add to the article. Yet they did it anyway, just to, I don't know, show that they had it.
To talk about him in the positive light and what he brought to the world. One Direction, I think, were probably the last household name band. I think it's fair to say. We could talk about the sort of K-pop bands that are around now, but say if you said any like BTS or whatever to my parents, they wouldn't have heard of it. One Direction were everywhere. They were absolutely massive, and I've been reading a lot of the comments this morning on Twitter saying from fans that have now grown up that are around his age, saying what an impact they had on on their lives, and that it's the first person that they have lost who is their age as well, which is always jolts you, I think, as well, when someone like that goes.
Let's talk a little bit about his past. He didn't take to fame easily, did he, Matt?
No, and it's always that weird, as I said, that sort of weird Faustian pact that it's this thing sort of hanging in front of you that you can't quite quantify until you're in the middle of it. But he has really struggled with his fame, and in recent weeks claims have been circulating on social media, and there's a book about to come out, there was a book about to come out by one of his ex-partners, Maya Henry, who has apparently had taken legal action to stop him contacting her and her friends and family as well. And yeah, it sat very uncomfortably on his shoulders.
Lastly, the fans were always hoping there might one day be a reunion. Such talk, of course, has been in the air regarding other mega bands. Was that ever a goer, Matt?
I think it was. I think maybe 5. I mean, Harry Styles' career is absolutely soaring at the moment, and he's a massive, massive star. But I think, maybe 5 years' time, 10 years' time, there might have been a sort of, the usual documentary, getting back together.
Oh yeah, the conspiracy theorists are at this already. The ones who are like who are obsessed with like demonic humiliation rituals. And I saw a tweet that was like, Harry Styles wore the dress, Liam Payne refused to, and then this happened.
Marquee of an anniversary, something like that. And it may well still happen. I mean, for example, Girls Aloud, currently back together, having lost Sarah Harding to cancer a few years ago, and they remember her in every show they do.
Right.
So it might well still happen, but obviously it's going to have a far more tragic tinge to it.
Thanks for your time this morning. Matt Charlton, music writer and broadcaster. This is, to use Matt's word, the Faustian pact, isn't it? Such a young man, 14 in the first edition, 16 when he's successful, now tragically dead at 31. Global fame, 70 million records. Goodness knows how much the man was individually, personally worth. But how to handle that, the pressures, and of course, as he admitted himself, struggles with addiction to alcohol and other matters and drugs. James Granger, who's editor-in-chief of the Buenos Aires Times, joining me now. James, thanks for taking the call so early in the morning, your time. What do we know about the circumstances of this tragedy? Morning to you.
Morning. Well, it's still night for me. I haven't gone to bed yet. It's been a bit of a crazy night, shall I say.
One, huh?
But
a long one.
Yes, definitely. No, I mean, the details, some details are definitely confirmed. So, we know that Liam fell from a third-floor balcony of the Casa Sur Hotel that's in Palermo. So that's a kind of upscale neighborhood in Buenos Aires. They can't confirm whether it's accidental or intentional. Those details will have to be fully investigated. There'll be an autopsy, a proper full police investigation. But what we do know is around 5 p.m. there was a call from the hotel security or the hotel manager to the emergency services. They said that there was an aggressive man who was under the influence, and the emergency services arrived, I think, 7 minutes later. And in that time, Liam had died. He had gone off the balcony, and as I say, the details are yet to be fully investigated.
James, he was in Buenos Aires to see one of his colleagues, Niall Horan, is that right?
Yeah, well, look, I mean, Liam has a relationship with Argentina a little bit.
One of his colleagues. He was in One Direction with it, one of his bandmates.
Like many artists, they like coming here. I think they get bothered a little bit less. It's easier for them to pass off, kind of as a normal citizen. So he'd been here before. He was actually due to play a show last month himself, at the same venue that his former bandmate played.
Ex-co-worker.
So he went to go and see him on October the 2nd, and he stayed on in the country. His girlfriend flew back, and he's been staying on since then in the hotel for a few days. And yeah, I mean, look, just a day or two ago, he was pictured hugging fans outside the hotel. So it really is a shock for everyone. I mean, incredible.
The record label thing, apparently it was the Daily Mail cites a source as saying Payne was unable to recoup the advance he was given upon signing with UMG, his second album, which would have followed his 2019 debut. LP1 was reportedly shelved after his single Teardrops failed to chart in the top 40. The Independent has contacted Capitol Records for comment. Payne is still listed on the label's roster. So it's just the Daily Mail saying that from a random source. We don't know that, but... yeah. I mean, it's possible. I was looking at his YouTube channel earlier. I mean, like, he seemed to still have, like, quite a dedicated fan base. And obviously since his death, like, I didn't realise, like, how like, dedicated, well, I don't know. I guess I'm not very involved in the whole pop world. But I guess they were, like, a huge band. So... no, don't play the song! Don't play the song! No! It must be difficult though, like literally he auditioned for X Factor for the first time, I believe, when he was 14, and Simon Cowell was like, no, you're not ready yet. And I think he came back like a year or two after. Let's see if we can find his original audition. 2008. This fucking show.
Everyone has to wait for their chance.
This show just reminds me of being a child. But, like, we were so innocent when we watched X Factor back in the day. When we watched this as kids, when we watched the show as kids, like, we never realised how fake all of this was. Like, this entire show, everything was staged. We didn't realise it when we were little children. We're like, woo! I'm probably going to get nuked if I play this whole thing. Let's get to the bit where he sings. Did he have a sob story? Sorry, that he got kicked out in 2008. That was his sob story when he came back. Also, bit weird that he ended up having a child with Cheryl Cole. When he first met her when he was 14. He first met Cheryl Cole when he was 14 years old. And ended up having a child with her when he was 23. And she is 10 years older than him. So she was 24 when he first auditioned, and he was 14 when they first met. And he, like during the audition, he, like, winked at her. He was like, hey, Cheryl, doing a little cheeky thing. A few years later, they're having a baby together. I mean, like... No wonder being famous since he was 14 years old. Payne is alright. It's not amazing. But he amassed a very large fan base as part of One Direction. And he apparently had a big part in like the songwriting. He was a very talented musician. I was never really like, I didn't really ever follow One Direction that closely. I was never really that much into boy bands. But yeah. They were also all very good looking boys, which I guess helped them all. He did a song with Dixie D'Amelio? What? Oh yeah, and he got into NFTs for a while. How to buy an NFT with Liam Payne and Nifty Gateway. Like, do you need to do this? Did you need to do this, Liam? You did not. I mean, he released a song 7 months ago that got 1 million views. But if that's not enough for his fucking record label... I don't know. Music industry is tough, I guess. But he did still have a very dedicated fan base. Either way.
On Friday evening, Liam Payne's father, Jeff Payne, came to visit the hotel where Liam Payne died. He also, after his visit inside the hotel, came outside to where fans have been gathering for days, leaving their tributes, lighting candles, laying flowers, writing messages about Liam. And
the record label thing is rumour. We're not sure.
Even singing One Direction songs. There was an emotional moment when he arrived at the hotel where fans created a barrier between them and some of the cameras that had gathered here at the hotel. That was, of course, after his family had asked for privacy at this time. The same thing happened when his father left the hotel, but at that moment his father decided to go over to the tree behind me, read some of these messages, even go up to some of the fans who were also emotional and in tears to greet them and share in some of their collective grief over the loss of Liam. Earlier today, his father visited the morgue where Liam's body was transported, which was part of the formal identification process needed to repatriate him back home. Now, this grieving process certainly, of course, is only just beginning for those loved ones of Liam Payne. There's been more tributes pouring in today, and there's certainly more expected over the coming days, as it's expected he'll return home to where his family is and be given a proper send-off.
I mean, yeah, his fans clearly still love him, even though he was going through some shit. He was getting dragged online, though. Like, literally in the days before. I'm the reason you tolerate UK's existence. What? It's confirmed that his label dropped him. It got a little bit toxic. Liam Payne's hidden battles with fame. Seeing as you guys like me, like my voice apparently, shall I read out this article for you? This can be your Moon audiobook. Yes, please. Get ready. It's about to get a little bumpy. That was the first sentence of a bitter Liam Payne wrote to his 10-year-old self, which he read out on BBC Radio in 2020. But make it proper Northern, please. I'll do it in my accent. I need to pour out more beer. Selling the fans the Mooncat reads you the news app. Yeah. Oh, Brooklyn. I might squeal in the middle because Brooklyn keeps on clawing my thighs, as usual. This lager actually doesn't taste that lagery, which is a good thing. You'll have the most amazing time of your life, travel the world and live a life you barely imagined, he said. Then it will end for a while and you will be left with nothing but the steering wheel. It will feel scary, like you're alone, but you're not. The pop sensation died on Wednesday, aged 31, after a fall from a hotel balcony in Argentina. The exact circumstances around his death or what happened in the final weeks of his life remain unknown. But the star, who shot to global fame as a 16-year-old member of One Direction, had spoken for years about his struggles with mental health and the challenges of adapting to stardom. And actually, I discovered earlier, actually, that he went on Diary of a CEO. And he was talking about this exact thing. But he went on Diary of a CEO like 3 years ago. Well, back when they used to do the whole, like they used to do such weird camera angles on Diary of a CEO three years ago.
Like backward motion.
Like, what's this angle, guys? What's this angle?
I have no idea. I think I'm just...
And then, like, the facing cameras, they're all, like, shaky. Like, they move around.
Like I say, it's been out...
Wait.
Someone says something about me.
Why is the
in
camera
press in this
moving?
country,
Why is
and
the
then I say
camera
something
moving?
about them. It ends up on E! News, and then they've made America. I didn't get anywhere. Younger. And it was to me, it was like a family joke. But now I'm like, oh my God, I've been living my whole life as that character.
But yeah, in this interview, he talks about his struggles with becoming famous at such a young age. He goes into it there. Right, the pop sensation died on Wednesday, aged 31, after a fall from a hotel balcony in Argentina. The exact circumstances around his death or what happened in the final weeks of his life remain unknown. But the star, who shot to global fame as a 16-year-old member of One Direction, had spoken for years about his struggles with mental health and the challenges of adapting to stardom. Runners-up on the 2010 series of The X Factor, One Direction were a new, different style of boy band. Approachable, relatable, and, apart from their musical talents, normal. They were the boys next door whose age and good looks made them heartthrobs to millions of young fans around the world. They went on to sell more than 70 million albums, complete 5 world tours, produce a feature film, and star in a charity music video alongside then Prime Minister David Cameron. Ah, memories! All that at an age where many young people are worrying about their exams, their first loves, or getting tickets to their next gig, let alone starring in it. Brooklyn's like... I wish you could see him. He's like on his back. And can you see his paws just like flying? Oh, Brooklyn. I mean, it was fun. Payne would later reflect in an interview with Men's Health magazine. We had an absolute blast, but there were certain parts of it where it just got a little bit toxic. Paparazzi photographers, tabloid newspapers, night after night in hotel rooms, separated from family. He lets you rub his fluff. Well, he does, yeah. He does for a little while, until his tolerance is used up. And then he's like, no, stop. Night after night in hotel rooms, separated from the family. Blacked out tour buses, fans screaming for autographs, and the new and rapidly growing world of social media. Few, he felt, could understand the intense pressures of stardom at such a tender age. It's almost like putting the Disney costume on before you step up on stage, he said. He also admitted he used alcohol to cope because, relatable, because there was no other way to get your head around what was going on, although not to that extent. By the time One Direction split in 2016, global fame was all the then 22-year-old Payne had known as an adult. It can be quite difficult to give up expectations of being a megastar, says Professor John Oates. Is he the guy from Hall & Oates? No, I don't think so. What are their first names, Hall & Oates? Hall and Oates. Yeah, he's called John Oates, but it's not the same guy, all right? It says Professor John Oates, who is involved in the British Psychological Society's consultations with the government on child performers and the duty of care for adult contributors. Being in a boy band ceases to become so possible when you're no longer a boy. So there's a need to become, in a sense, a different sort of famous person. So that's a new challenge. Payne's bandmate Harry Styles seemed more suited for that challenge. His androgynous looks were more in harmony with the direction of the music industry was progressing in 2016. He also began acting, featuring in Hollywood blockbuster Dunkirk the following year. Payne, however, struggled to make the transition. In 2019, he released a solo debut album, LP1. 8 tracks of R&B. It did not capture the One Direction fan base and failed to take off. There you go, little burp. The struggles of teenage stars have been a topic of public discussion, from Britney Spears to Justin Bieber. I've been like going down a bit of a rabbit hole of old Britney Spears videos recently. You know, when you just watch one video of like Britney Spears in the 2000s on YouTube, and then you just get recommended loads more. I've just been watching old Britney Spears videos, just like remembering her like back in the day. Like, and how, like, just watching her perform and like how talented she was. Like, she still is talented, but like it just being sad at how the media completely ruined her and the paparazzi absolutely ruined her. Anyway, reality TV stars have faced similar challenges, with both Love Island host Caroline Flack and contestants Mike Thalastisis tragically taking their own life in recent years. Speaking on the Diary of the CEO podcast in 2021, Liam Payne said of his own struggles, "I was worried how far my rock bottom was going to be. Where's rock bottom for me? And you would never have seen it. I'm very good at hiding it. No one would have ever seen it." Yeah, Toxic still does absolutely slap. Such a good song. A key challenge for young stars, according to Professor Oates, is managing the come down after a long period of fame. If fame has been so important to them for their self-esteem, how can they be helped to manage the loss of that, he asked. An important move in personal development is moving from external sources of self-esteem to internal sources. Part of this is to do with something called reflective functioning, that you're able to reflect on yourself as a person, and you may become less reliant on others for your sense of self. I like, to a sort of fraction of a percentage of the scale that Liam Payne was probably dealing with it. I understand this. Like, I get this. Like being a sort of, I don't know, sometimes in like quite introverted person, like dealing with just having a lot of eyeballs on you is just like really difficult. Like even for me at times, who's dealing with an absolute tiny fraction of what Liam Payne was dealing with. And I've been thinking about that like a lot recently, about how to sort of deal with my own mental health and how to sort of it's too easy to sort of it's too easy for your sense of self to shift towards outside validation. When you do something like this, and you've sort of got to realize that, you know, that outside validation, you can't sort of measure your own self-worth. Ow, Brooklyn! On that outside he just bit my hand. On that outside validation. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it really does, like, fuck you up. It does. Like, even having a small percentage of that and knowing how much that can fuck you up at times. I mean, I tend to, like, really overthink things as well, and I've been trying to not overthink things and just... I've realised that I, like, spiral and overthink things, and I've been trying to sort of train myself to, like, just whenever I start spiraling, just to distract myself with something, because if I allow myself to keep spiraling, then I'll just be like, I can't do this anymore. So I've had to, like, teach myself just to distract myself. You know, and a really bad way of dealing with it is with substances. You should never go down that route, but yeah. I've been thinking a lot recently about how to, like, stop myself overthinking and just, like, catastrophizing everything, because that's what I tend to do a lot. And I've just got to the point where I realized that if I, especially, like, up to the point of, like, just before when I was releasing my last video, like, I was, like, at my worst, like, mentally, with respects to, like, doing this job when I released that video. And it, like, thankfully it did quite well, but, like, I don't want to get myself in that mental place again. I don't want to, yeah, I don't want to have myself, like, I don't want my sense of self to be validated by outside sources. I don't want to be like, my life depends on how well this does. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't fucking matter. That's not me. That's not my... You know, that's not how I'm valued as a person, is like... Yeah, anyway. It's hard to explain, but... Random or silly helps break the cycle. Yeah. I've been dealing with it in various different ways. I've been like... I'm also, like... I'm trying to give myself, like, other goals apart from, like, my videos to, like, work on, to distract myself with, i.e., like, training to do a 10K. That gives me another thing to, like, focus on, which is not my work, which is really good for me. And doing things like yoga and just making sure that my body is healthy, because when my body is healthy, it makes my mind healthier. And that's true for everyone. That's really good advice. Yeah. Yeah, I've been doing some yoga, some Pilates, and running, and doing some weights, and just being like, yeah. Just trying to be sort of like the healthiest I can be in my body, because if you sort of like make sure that you can be as healthy as you can be in your body, i.e. exercising and eating well, like, that does really affect your mind really positively as well. I will say that. It really does. So I've been trying to do that. And also just been like, I'm trying to train myself to just not spiral constantly and convince myself, well, a lot of it's imposter syndrome. I just constantly tell myself that I don't deserve anything, I'm not good enough, and everything that I've done up to now is like was like a fluke. It was just it was just a fluke, and I didn't deserve any of it, and anything I do in the future is going to fail, so what's the point in even trying? Like, that's my, like, spiral. That's my general spiral, you know. So I'm trying to, like, train myself out of getting into that sort of spiraling mindset. So yeah. Remembering that I'm not in the hypothetical future yet helps me. That would be a future me problem if it ever happens. Yeah. I think there's like a lot to be said of like mindfulness and just sort of like trying to live in the moment and appreciate everything that's happening right now in this moment. Like, I think like having a cat sort of helps with that. If you just sort of like have a cat or a dog or a pet and you just sort of look at them, like they're not giving a shit what happens tomorrow. They don't have plans for tomorrow. They're just enjoying whatever the fuck is happening to them right now. We can really learn lessons from that, I think. Just sort of like, because like, I don't know, I think we always think, like, whenever we meet some sort of fitness goal or some sort of work goal, we're going to be happy and then our life is going to be perfect. But no, like, you reach that goal and then as soon as you've reached that goal, you're just anxious about something else. Or at least I feel that way. I'll reach a goal and then I'm like, I'm still not happy. I'm just anxious about the next thing that I want to do. And I need to try and not like do that. I just want to be happy with where I am, with life as it is right now. And it's good that I've got something to work towards that gives me purpose, but I should also be really happy with where I am now and not be anxious about it. And just enjoy life, because you know what? Fucking life is happening right now. It's not happening when you've finished that fucking goal that you're working towards. It's happening right now. So enjoy the journey. That's what I'm trying to, like, you know, remind myself constantly. I didn't mean for this to become a pep talk, but that's what it became. But like, literally, you could die tomorrow and you don't want to, you know, die having had, you know, a life where you were just anxious and sad that you hadn't got to a particular place yet. Like, you can work towards your goals, but you can be happy about where you are now and you can appreciate everything in life that's happening right now. Yeah, you're never going to achieve enough to get over imposter syndrome. Yeah, absolutely not. Imposter syndrome is so nasty that you can get the Nobel Peace Prize and still feel like a failure. Absolutely. 12 rules by MAGA. So you're saying put all my money into crypto? Yes, that is my advice. You've been thinking about this a lot lately. Yeah, good. Yeah. Regret the roll neck. No. I'm beautifully warm. You just cleaned up 2 puddles of puppy piss? That's where you are right now? Well, enjoy it, baby. Enjoy it. Anyway, where was I on this article? Yeah, it was this paragraph. An important move in personal development is moving from external sources of self-esteem to internal sources. Part of this is to do with something called reflective functioning, that you're able to reflect on yourself as a person and you may become less reliant on others for your sense of self. Also, another thing that I didn't say is like, if you have a job that like involves a lot of being online and like knowing about the drama that's going on online and knowing a lot about sort of the bad, horrible things that are going on in the world, like, community is so important. Just like making sure that you're keeping in contact with like your friends and your family and having those like real world one-to-one conversations and just making sure that you're not shutting yourself off of your community. I just want to say that's also really, really important. Is like real social interactions with real people. That's another thing that really, really keeps you like grounded and happy and just like mentally there. Yeah, that's another thing I will say. Talk to real people. For those who have entered adulthood as a star, that process can be especially difficult, he says. That's so scary. I mean, even if you can't get to each other like in person, even just like a video call is good enough, you know? Like, that's what I do with my friends sometimes. We just like set up a video call if we're too far away. Even that is better than just like texting every once in a while, you know? Shortly after Payne's death, the fellow 2010 X Factor contestant Rebecca Ferguson wrote a tribute. We both met at Euston Station and shared a taxi together to X Factor. I can't help but think of that boy who was hopeful and looking forward to his bright future ahead. If he hadn't jumped on that train and jumped in that taxi, I believe he would be alive today. Former X Factor judge Sharon Osbourne said, "We all let you down. You were just a kid when you entered one of the toughest industries in the world. Who is in your corner?" Exactly. Like, if I'd got into that situation when I was just 16 years old, like, yeah, we didn't know how to look after kids in the industry then. We don't now, but we certainly didn't then, you know? Liam Payne was failed by the music industry. Yeah. Anyway, what else was I going to talk about? Ash Sarkar went
Navarro
on...
Media's Ash Sarkar.
She went on Question Time to talk about Gaza. I haven't watched this yet, so I thought I'd check it out.
Navarro Media's Ash Sarkar was on BBC Question Time this week. Let's see how it went. Imposter situation is not normal. We don't want to start seeing that as the precedent which one would expect in such a situation, and treat any other proposal as sort of borderline ridiculous. I don't think that would be a particularly helpful or healthy place for us to get to as a society. Also on the panel was conservative author and satirist.
Didn't like the US say recently, we won't send you to Israel. We won't send you any more arms unless you allow like humanitarian organizations to send more aid into Gaza. And then like basically as soon as the US said that, they like let more aid into Gaza as soon as the US said that. So that basically proved that the US has basically all power over this situation. But they haven't been doing enough about it. With the deadline after the election, so they'll do the minimum until the US is distracted with their own shit.
Konstantin Kissin Here's how he responded to Ash's point.
The idea that in the wake of the largest terrorist
Oh my God, what's he doing on Q? Oh, not this guy. What's he called again?
attack in
Can't remember his name.
living memory in Israel and around the world, the solution to that was to negotiate with the people who not only
There we go. Konstantin Kisin.
did it, not only
Author and satirist. What's he been satirized? Doesn't he just do a podcast?
There is an option that they can immediately do, right? There's an option that Israel could immediately do as well, which is withdraw all of its settlements from the West Bank, which is to say the Palestinians can have a state, which is to end apartheid, right? Both sides could do something which...
Wait, Konstantin Kisin did a stand-up set at the Fringe.
would immediately end the conflict.
I did not know this guy was a comedian. Nothing he's ever said has made me laugh in the slightest.
But neither sides are willing to because, well, I suppose on the Israeli case, they don't need to because they're so strong. And on the Palestinian side, it's because their minimum demands haven't been met. None of them they can live with. Aaron, what did you make of that sort of conversation? It's always a difficult question to get asked, what should they have done on October the 8th? Because it ignores the fact that, well, what Israel probably should have done is not illegally occupy the West Bank and Gaza for 56 years.
Well, that's quite right. I mean, the context here is all important. If you're going to decry terrorism, then talk about the King David Hotel bombing by the Irgun and Zionist militias, which killed, I think, 90 plus people. Talk about the fact that hundreds of British personnel were killed in the Mandate of Palestine, all the way up to the Declaration of Independence by Israel. Talk about the fact, Michael, this is really extraordinary, the sergeants' affair. There were two British sergeants. They weren't just killed and hanged by Zionist militias. Their bodies were booby-trapped, so that when they would be cut down by their comrades, they would also be harmed. Indeed, one of those men was. This was celebrated by somebody who would go on to become, Menachem Begin, who would go on to become the president of Israel, or the prime minister of Israel, effectively one of the most senior political figures in Israel. And yet, people who say these are wonderful political figures, this is a country whose morals are spick and span, beyond reproach. Apparently, Hamas and Hezbollah are abysmal. You can never work with them. You can never negotiate with them. What do you think the origins of Israel are? What do you think the Irgun was? What do you think the Stern Gang was? What do you think Lehi was? These were all terrorist militias. They killed people, and they got what they wanted. By the way, when those two sergeants were killed and hanged, and like I say, one of their bodies was booby-trapped, once that happened, the Brits, in particular Ernest Bevin, who I think at the time was the Foreign Secretary, said, we have to get out of here. These people are nuts.
Hey, Hannah Reloaded Raiders! We love you. Go and follow Hannah Reloaded. She talks about cringe finance bros and satanic panic.
We
a lot. That's what I picked up from your stream anyway.
we are not capable of engaging with this. There is not, quote unquote, a political solution here because the violence is just so utterly extraordinary. We can't deal with it. So I find it strange that is what is inflicted on the Palestinian people. And yet when they adopt the same tactics, by the way, I agree with you, Michael. I think breaking international law is bad, right? I think attacks on civilians is bad. Unarmed civilians is bad. So what's good for the goose is good for the gander? Or no, only one side can do it. I raised this with Konstantin, and he said, well, there was an agreement offered, I think in 46 under the UN. The Palestinians didn't take it. They should have taken it. There's a lesson there. Well, if I said to Konstantin, why aren't you saying the same thing for Ukraine? There's a deal there from Russia. They'll just have the Donbass and Crimea. Why won't Ukraine take it? And if Ukraine won't take it, silly Ukraine. Well, Russia broke international law. Russia invaded the Donbass, right? So he's going to accept that in one instance, but not the other. And of course, that's because I think for people like Konstantin, he views support for Palestine, criticism of Israel, he views that as quote-unquote left-coded. He doesn't like the left, therefore he must disagree with that position. And he's come to that conclusion, by the way, like many people, I think, without actually engaging with the history, without engaging with the genealogy of ideas, activism, action that leads to the creation of the State of Israel in the mid-1940s. He is not familiar necessarily with the fact that actually civil rights activism by Palestinians over decades has been destroyed. They should do the peaceful civil rights thing. They do. They did. They got shot. They got assassinated. So the whole conversation is utterly nonsensical in this country, partly because, Michael, we have an institutionally stupid media. Now, there is often very good reporting, but when you actually broadly try and find an in-depth, detailed, intelligent account of what has happened in this country, or this land, I should say, over the last 100 years, it's almost impossible to find. And people think, well, this is a thousands-year-old religious feud. No, it's not. Jews and Muslims and, practicing Jews and Arabs lived in this part of the world quite peacefully, actually, in places like Jaffa, for a pretty long time before the foundation of the State of Israel. It's not thousands of years old. It's actually an outgrowth. It's a direct outgrowth of contemporary 19th century nationalism, of which Zionism is a manifestation. So that the basis of that debate, Michael, I think really rests upon a profoundly ignorant public discourse when it comes to Israel-Palestine. So talking about the details of he said, she said, do you agree with this particular point or that particular point? I think it's a hiding to nothing, because the basis, the foundation for these kinds of discussions are so idiotic that, of course, they don't make sense. So I think the left, or people that care about, not even the left, I mean, the fact that it is left-coded is a problem. You want the right, you want conservatives to think, actually, this is awful. We need a sensible solution here that preserves human rights and the rights to national self-determination. I think we should be resisting this impulse to say he's right on this point or she's wrong on this point. Ash made a great response to Konstantin, by the way, when she said that Israel doesn't recognize a two-state solution. Israel, in its history, has had zero interest in a two-state solution. The reason why the Oslo Accords are being conducted with the PLO and with Yasser Arafat is because there are other factions in Palestinian civil society offering really concrete plans about how to create a workable Palestinian state. But instead, what serves the Israelis was to circumvent those people. By the way, they didn't even work with the PLO. The PLO didn't have a formal delegation at Oslo. So you've got peace. There was a peace negotiations. The PLO weren't allowed to be there. The PLO had to work via, I believe, the Jordanian representatives. It's just a nonsense. Israel is not serious about a two-state solution. It never has been. It wants as much land as possible with as few Palestinians on it as possible. And that Greater Israel point, for many, meant that they wanted the West Bank and Gaza. But of course,
Lemonade.
It could also expand. There have been Israeli settlers in the Sinai. They were removed in the 80s after a peace agreement between Israel and Egypt. But at one point, that also was a part of a Greater Israel. So, like I said, I'll just finish on this point, Michael. The idea that the left support Palestine, therefore I'm right wing, I must support Israel, is so dumb. Read some books on this stuff. Why not start with watching my interview with Ilan Pappé about the rise of the Zionist lobby? Read his books about the Nakba. Read his books about how this conflict has played out over 100 years. It's not that simple.
It's interesting, that Russia point, isn't it? Because I sometimes find it also goes the other way, where people are sort of saying, Ukraine, they should have signed the deal. And then when it comes to Palestine, they say, of course they shouldn't sign any deal. They need to be free from the river to the sea. I do think the inconsistencies go both ways, although I'm not accusing you of that, Aaron, nor Ash.
I will say I've noticed like the Twitch drama that's going on right now. Basically, everybody hates Ethan Klein right now. Honestly, like, to be honest, I'm really not clued in on the law, because I'm just not that interested in Twitch drama, to be honest. I'm not that interested in it. what I have noticed in general is just like the discourse getting more and more toxic. You know, don't get into it. Yeah, I don't want to fry my brain that much. I can't give a take because I don't know enough about what's been going on. I've just noticed that, like, yeah, the discourse is getting worse and worse in general. Like, I feel like the focus is moving away from the actual people who are being genocided, and it's moving towards fucking Twitch drama, which, like, that in itself is pissing me off. Like, talk about the people who are dying, maybe, and how to stop that happening. Let's not talk about this. This is a fucking stupid argument we're having between two millionaire streamers, shall we? Maybe that's not so important. Maybe that's not quite so important right now. Somewhere between 40,000 and 140,000 people are dead. Maybe we shouldn't be talking about who said what on Twitch. Fucking hell. Oh, I hate it. I don't know what's happened and I don't care. I don't care. Although, apparently, Konstantin Kisin obviously has been on Fox News.
It's been very good for my comedy, but actually if you go further into the contract, they also demanded that all jokes must be respectful and kind.
And I feel like you're just sort of being a bit of an alt-right, you know.
Oh, all right. We got there in the end. You did call me Nazi. Very good. The good thing about being called a Nazi comedian, right, is I now got a niche. Problem is, I haven't got any racist, sexist, homophobic jokes. I'm actually quite a progressive guy. Like, some of my best friends are gender fluid lesbians of colour.
Was that supposed to be a joke? Gender fluid lesbians of colour. Sorry, that was really loud. You said he said the words that the blue-haired people say. I'm so sorry, that was really loud. It's just that he made me... I'm sorry to your dogs. I apologize to all dogs. I will...
The idea of being a student at university where you can't make any joke about anything. Here's these poor little woke...
Oh no! Oh! We can't make any jokes anymore, says Piers Morgan, the comedian.
Students get upset or triggered. Get over yourselves.
It's not about comedy, it's about ordinary people up and down the country, and here in Britain and in America, feeling like they can't say what they think.
I really don't. Like, I get it, especially the women who want to become men. I get it. Do you remember when Gareth Bale, right, went from Tottenham to Real Madrid? The guy left a perfectly good club for more money.
Everybody feels like we're all kind of under arrest. We're all everything we say can and will be used against us in the court of public opinion. And they're coming for the comedians first because we're the ones that, as you say, are allowed to transgress. But everybody else feels it, and that's why the story's got the resonance that it has.
The leftists are coming for the comedians first. No, leftists are coming for everyone, mate. Why do you think you're so fucking important? We hate you all in an equal amount. Anyway. Anyway, what else can we talk about? Woo! I do need to pee again. Unfortunately. I do. I need to pee again. And Brooklyn has just leaped onto my lap for like the 60th time tonight. Shame. Shame him. Look at that fluffy belly. Ooh.
I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. 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 I can't talk.
Someone's taken my seat.
I'm making piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making piss.
How dare he take my seat? Oh dear. Right. More UK news? My cat is so lethargic. He's okay. He's okay. He just wants to sit on my seat because it's warm. FREDDO drama. MP launches campaign for 5p FREDDO bars. Your cats would murder you if you try that. Brooklyn must be a very laid-back cat. He's very laid back until I lock him out of the room, and then he's like, no, not having this. Patrick Hurley, who represents Southport, has said he has set up a petition after speaking to students at a school in his constituency. Announcing the move on social media, he said 20 pence for a FREDDO is too much, especially in the cost of living crisis. The 18 grams Cadbury chocolate bar was originally introduced to the UK in 1973. Bloody hell! That's old. And relaunched in 1994 when it cost 10p. For over a decade, the price of a FREDDO stuck at 10p, not rising with inflation. Since the mid-2000s, the price started to rise and costs currently stand at around 30p. However, the 10p Freddo has gained nostalgic status, and price increases are greeted with sometimes tongue-in-cheek outrage. Haley told the BBC he was inspired to launch his campaign after speaking to students at a local school in his constituency. The girls were very clued up about political issues, including assisted dying and the Middle East, and also Freddos. However, he said one of the students... Hey, thank you for the cheer. Moon neck the VOD. Let's go. Not sure what that means, but thank you. However, he said one of the students also asked if he could launch a petition to cut Freddo bars to 5p. I mean, they would be working at a loss at that price, wouldn't they? Hurley said he didn't expect the campaign to succeed, but that the petition was a lovely, whimsical, light-hearted thing we can do that might help engage young people in politics. If you start talking about the gas bills, the average 14-year-old might switch off, but if you talk about the price of chocolate bars... The Southport MP added that since announcing the campaign, he had learnt more about Freddos than any person should. A spokesperson from the Mondelez International, the company which owns Cadbury, said it's fantastic to hear about young people engaging in politics. It's also important to note that as a manufacturer, we do not set the retail prices for products sold in shops. However, what we can say is that since Freddo launched in 1973, our manufacturing costs have increased significantly and cocoa prices are at a record high, all of which need to be taken into consideration because you can't use slave labor to get cocoa beans anymore. Oh. Prices for cocoa, the key ingredient for making chocolate, have been driven up after dry weather harvest hits West Africa. Probably make it more like Hershey's. I've not ever tried Hershey's, but I hear it's awful chocolate. Not that I've tried Cadbury chocolate in a very long time, apart from the vegan version of it. Jeremy Corbyn had a commentary about Freddos. Jeremy Corbyn. No, he didn't. You lie. All I'm getting is the Daily Mash. I condemn both sides of the 10p Freddo debate, says Corbyn. Jeremy Corbyn has finally spoken out about the increasing price of Freddos, saying that both sides have a point. The Labour leader has under increasing pressure to take a stance on the frog-shaped chocolate treat, which traditionally carried a 10p price tag, but has recently rocketed to 30p. Brooklyn. I was asked to launch a petition to bring the price of a Freddo back down to 5 pence. Now, I don't know about anyone else, but I think that's a great idea for a petition. 20 pence for a Freddo is too much, especially in the cost of living crisis. That's all the young people care about. Is the Freddo. You remember them being 5p? Do I remember them being 5p? I can't remember. I think I remember them being 10p. Or 15p maybe. Which can't have been that long ago. We do need a vegan Freddo. I mean, Cadbury's makes vegan chocolate now, so they could very easily make a vegan Freddo. Has the amount of calories gone up as well? I swear in that picture there were less calories. There's 95. Oh no, does that say 95 or does that say... This is such a cooked JPEG. I thought that said 55 calories. But that says 95. Is the amount of calories gone up as well? Such a cooked JPEG. I meant cooked as in COOKED, but sure, we can say CUCKED JPEG. What is a cooked JPEG? Like CUCKED JPEG. It sits in the corner while its wife fucks a PNG. Oh, God. More UK news. No UK apology. You know what I need? Whenever I bring up a new UK news story, what I need is like, you know, the BBC theme when it's like, dum dum. Bum bum. I wonder if it's like BBC News theme extended full mix. No, I need the headlines music. Where is it? No, the bit where it goes bum bum, bum bum. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. 10 hours of it. No, there's one where it's just the bum bum. There's one where it's just the bum bum. No. Headline, here we go. Oh, Hugh Edwards. No, this is what I want. No UK apology over slavery at Commonwealth Summit. Cool, then we can play that again next time. There's another one. The government have said... No, I still need music. The government has said there will not be an apology over Britain's role in the transatlantic slave trade when King Charles and Sir Keir Starmer visit the Commonwealth Summit in Samoa next week. A Downing Street spokesperson has already ruled out financial reparations. Last year, the King spoke of his greatest sorrow and regret at the wrongdoings of the colonial era on a visit to Kenya, but stopped short of an apology, which would have depended on the agreement of ministers. Basically, they won't apologise for slavery because they don't want to pay them any money. Gotta love this government. The The Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting to be held in Samoa on 25th and 26th of October will bring together the leaders of 56 countries. Even if the issue of historic links to slavery is raised at the summit, the UK government has told the BBC there are no plans for a symbolic apology. There had already been a rejection of reparations over slavery, but 10 Downing Street now also says there won't be an apology either. Great. Instead, the focus will be on current issues, a government spokesperson said, such as shared challenges and opportunities faced by the Commonwealth, including driving growth across our economies. I mean, you could say that slavery is still affecting these countries now, which would make it a current issue. Thank you for the cheer. 4 calling birds, 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves, and a moon cat in a moon tree. It's not Christmas yet. Why are you making me sing that? Instead, the focus will be on current issues. Speeches from monarchs are made on the advice of ministers. This means the king would be unable to make an apology over the UK's links to slavery unless he had the approval of the government. Labour MPs, including Bell Ribeiro Addy, have called for the UK government to officially apologise for its participation in the slave trade. David Lammy, as an MP on the opposition benches in 2018, had spoken about reparations in the context of those seeking justice. After the Windrush scandal, he had written on Twitter, as Caribbean people enslaved, colonised and invited to Britain's as citizens, we remember our history. We don't just want an apology, we want reparations and compensation. But with Labour now in power and Lammy Foreign Secretary, Downing Street has ruled out an official apology over slavery and ended speculation of any statement at the Commonwealth meeting in Samoa, which might have been the international platform for such an apology. It means that the policy of not apologising continues from the previous government, when Prime Minister Rishi Sunak last year rejected the idea and said trying to unpick our history is not the right way forward. Trying to unpick our history? You mean ignoring it? We're ignoring it. Opponents of an apology have pointed to Britain's prominent role in ending slavery, including legislation in 1807 to abolish the slave trade. Jesus Christ. Look, we did this thing in 1807, so therefore it's fine. Discussions of formal apologies or reparations could still be raised by other countries, with Caribbean leaders having argued for some financial recognition of the legacy of slavery, with figures of £200 billion being quoted. The Commonwealth Summit will also vote on a new Secretary-General, and all 3 of the candidates are supporters of reparation for transatlantic slavery. It is an issue which strongly divides the public, including readers of the BBC's Royal Watch newsletter who got in touch by email. Those of us living now should not be made to feel guilty or apologise for something that has had absolutely nothing to do with us, Ruth from the UK said. For fuck's sake, it's not about, like, us having literally done slavery. What the fuck? We don't like what happened, but we weren't around then, so why should we say sorry? Ronald from Bristol in the UK took the opposite view. A sincere apology would acknowledge that grievance and, in my view, would go some way to assuaging the sense of injustice, he said. Sarah in Ghana said it would be humane of the king to deliver an apology. I believe it will go a long way to healing wounds caused by the slave trade, she said. The King and Queen Camilla arrived in Australia on Friday to begin their 6-day tour of the country, which will be followed by the next week by the Commonwealth Summit in Samoa. Guys, it happened a really long time ago, so actually we shouldn't have to apologise. I know you've never had an apology before and it's like actually been a really long time, but did you know there's like a statute of limitations on apologies? It happened so long ago that actually we can't apologize now. Look, I'm trying to say, so it's not coming out. Hi, Raiders. Hello, Raiders. Guys, I can't legally say sorry for slavery. Oh yeah, they went to Australia and they ruined the Sydney Opera House. I've never seen the poor Sydney Opera House look so ugly. What's the screaming noise? It's my sound effect for when there's a raid. It goes on for far too long. Those are pretty impressive projectors. But yeah, the royal family ruined the Sydney Opera House. What else are they going to ruin? Oh no, Jacob Rees-Mogg. Always with the brilliant takes. They ought to pay us for ending slavery. It is not something that any other country has done. And they ought to pay us for ending slavery. It is not something any other country has done. And we were motivated by Christian charity. Like, what the fuck?
The reason we are one of the richest countries in the G7 is because we have the legacy of the slave trade. That's what made us rich. And the reason somewhere like Barbados...
Can I respond to that? Because people always say this, but the chief reason why many countries are poor is not the legacy of slavery. I'm sorry to say. It is the legacy of things like corruption and socialism. And in many cases, Western countries, by
not the S word!
Turning, for instance, some countries into
communism,
tax havens have actually helped post-colonial societies to do rather well. I don't think that you can lump all of the problems with those Caribbean countries onto what happened 200 years ago. You have to look at some of the decisions that were taken in the last 100 years, in which case, why don't some Marxists and some ex-dictators pay reparations for what they did to their countries?
What about the African countries that were invading each other and selling slaves?
Look, this shit needs a 5-hour video essay to rebut. Okay, I'm not doing this now.
The African countries that were invading each other and selling slaves, who were the merchants of the slave trade.
What was the economic status quo in those African countries when they did that? And what was the economic status quo within our country when we decided to buy those slaves? Was it not that we exploited the vulnerabilities of those African leaders?
No, they'd been trading slaves for generations. They sold them to the highest bidder. They didn't sell them to us. They sold us to the Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman Empire went on with slaves until the beginning of the 20th century. So on your basis, it makes people say rich. Why isn't Turkey much richer than us?
But I think the real problem is that you're afraid, and people who are against reparations are afraid, that we will get less rich and we will all suffer because we have to settle this debt.
I don't want to pay taxes to give it to foreign countries to whom we owe nothing. Let's put it bluntly.
I think the health inequalities in Barbados, the economic inequalities in Barbados, but they definitely are our fault because...
No, they're not. Should we get money from the United States because we created them and they're richer than us?
It's not the same because...
It is the same.
It's
They're
not
much
the same
richer than
because
us.
one group of people was compensated while the...
United States reparations, now!
the people who suffered were not compensated. You can't have one without the other.
I don't get this at all. We stopped the slave trade. That is the key thing.
Why? Why?
We were the only country in the world. No other country ever wanted to stop slavery until the British did it.
What was one of the prime reasons why we made that decision?
Across the world.
Why?
We did it because of Christian motivations.
Largely because of the influence of evangelical conservative politicians in this country.
Oh man, I just can't. There are too many cooked brains to pull apart right now. Oh man. Jacob Rees-Mogg needs to pay the UK reparations. Every time we see Jacob Rees-Mogg's face, we need reparations. Okay? Just looking at what else we have on the agenda. Badenoch can't be more insane Tory discourse. Badenoch can't be leader of the opposition because she's preoccupied with her children, and you can't spend all your time with your family at the same time as being leader of the opposition. Brilliant.
I myself am supporting Robert Jenrick because I think he's brought more energy and commitment to the campaign, and being leader of the opposition is a really demanding job. And much as I like Kemi, I think she's preoccupied with her own children, quite understandably. But I think Robert's children are a bit older, and I think that it's important that whoever leads the opposition has got an immense amount of time and energy.
Sorry, Christopher, can I just clarify that? You're saying that a woman shouldn't be standing to be leader of a political party because she's got young kids?
I'm not saying that at all. I was one of Margaret Thatcher's strongest and staunchest supporters.
What's giving you that concern, though?
Well, what gives me the concern is because I understand from talking to colleagues that Kemi spends a lot of time with her family, which I don't resent at all. But the consequence of it is that you can't spend all your time with your family as at the same time being leader of the opposition. And you could argue that Margaret Thatcher's family suffered as a result of the commitment and dedication which she gave to leading our country. It's perfectly fair. It's a perfectly fair point, and where you're not involved, you haven't got a vote in this procedure. It's a perfectly fair point, and if you're looking forward to Kemi becoming Prime Minister, that's great. I don't resent you saying that.
Okay, just very quickly, what's your view on this?
Many women will be shocked by those comments. I'm really proud that we live in a country where we've had women who have become Prime Minister. We've got the first woman Chancellor at the moment. I think there should be no barrier to women standing in public life.
You're completely misrepresenting what I said. What I'm talking about is the time commitment involved in being leader of Her Majesty.
And would he have said the same thing about a bloke? Absolutely not.
Or His Majesty's opposition.
It's really not surprising that this guy is coming out with this take, though. This guy is a notorious, what's he called? Chris Chope. He's a notorious Tory backbencher. He has a voting history like no other. This guy. Sir Chode. You just need to have one skim of his Wikipedia page. to realise the kind of dude this guy is. Oh yeah, and he literally was a chairman of a Thatcherite group, which is why he loves Thatcher so much. He doesn't have a problem with this woman here. This woman's fine. All other women. Oh yeah, during the expenses scandal, it emerged that Chode claimed £136,992 in parliamentary expenses. This included claiming £881 to repair a sofa. An entire sofa costs less than that, like brand new. What sofa was this? What happened to the fucking sofa? It was JD Vance near this sofa. Satire. Political views. His voting record is amazing. It's against the legislation for same-sex marriage in 2013. Voted against requiring all companies with more than 250 employees to declare a gap in the pay between the average male and average female salaries. Oh man. What else did he do? Oh yeah, he wants the death penalty back, of course. Conscription, privatization of the BBC, banning the burqa in public places, holding a referendum on same-sex marriage, preparing to leave the EU. I mean, it's just everything Tory backbenchers do. They're not normally so vocal about their sexism, you know? They don't normally just shout about it on TV, but this guy does. Chope was one of the 21 MPs who voted against LGBT inclusive sex and relationship education in English schools. Oh, and he loves Viktor Orban as well. Oh yeah, his involvement in cutting the public housing budget during his time in government has earned Chope the nickname Chopper. One of those really funny Tory jokes. Chope blocked a bill to protect poor countries from vulture funds. You know, just everything dickheadish you could possibly ever think of. Chope blocked a bill that would have banned the use of wild animals in circus performances. Just for the hell of it. Fuck the animals as well, why not? Fuck everyone. He filibustered a bill intended to make revenge evictions an offence. Great. Chope said the bill would have weakened landlords' ability to recover possession, deterring them from letting properties. Aww. Aww. Would somebody think of the landlords? Chope was reported as having been a private landlord himself, but he denied these claims. He filibustered a private member's bill that would have placed restrictions on hospital parking charges for carers. Fuck them carers. Fuck them. Fuck them underpaid people who kindly care for extremely ill and old people. Fuck them. Fuck them. Chope blocked the passage of a private member's bill that would have made upskirting a specific offence. Following his objection, the government reaffirmed its commitment to introduce legislation to outlaw upskirting, and the bill passed subject to royal assent in January 2019. In protest at his actions, staff at the House of Commons placed a bunting of women's underwear outside Chope's office entrance. A similar bunting was also placed outside his constituency office. Protesters also confronted Chope at his constituency surgery. Oh my god. No hope, Chope. On the same day as the upskirting bill, Chope and Davies forced a delay to the final debate on a bill that would have improved the oversight of the use of force in the mental health units. Chope also blocked a bill that would have given extra legal protection to police dogs and horses. This page goes on forever. Oh, God. What else is there? Chope objected to a bill that would have amended the Children Act 1989 in order to increase the protective power of courts over the girls at risk of female genital mutilation. Defending his actions, Chope said that the bill was an act of virtue signalling. Oh. It just gets worse and worse. Chope objected to a motion from the Select Committee on Standards that would have passed the report regarding the lobbying rules breached by Owen Paterson. The Guardian reports that this would have had caused fury. I actually don't know what this is about. But yeah, he is just quite the guy. Quite the guy. I don't know why he keeps getting voted in. Or he did keep getting voted in. All right, let's move on. Let's, shall we go to America? I should have like an American theme tune as well, shouldn't I? I'm going to type in USA theme tune. It's a party in the USA. It's a party in the USA. Isn't that your national anthem? That's your national anthem, right? I should remix this. Oh, it's 3/4. That would be difficult. I mean, not difficult, but you can't really like pump it up very easily if it's in 3/4, you know what I mean? Chit, 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 chit. Lady Gaga did one in 4/4. This is where it gets good again, because it's where they've most replayed it. Yeah, bitch. Fucking brilliant. All right. All right.
A rally held by former US President Donald Trump has taken on a bizarre twist in the battleground state of Pennsylvania, turning into a 40-minute dance-off featuring Trump's favourite playlist.
Let me hear.
He's just like me, for real, for real.
That music, please.
Everyone, let's thank President Trump.
Nice and loud.
This is basically
after two members of the audience fainted. His challenger, US Vice President Kamala Harris, quipped on social media saying she hopes he's okay.
I wanted, well, the stream would probably get nuked if I played any more of that.
The former president took part in two televised town halls that both aired Wednesday, one on Fox News and another on Univision. During the Fox News town hall, which included an all-female audience, Trump spoke on the topic of in vitro fertilization, or IVF, which Harris later reacted to.
IVF, you had mentioned before
Right,
IVF.
let's get this question, because I believe that's what this is about.
Oh, I want to talk about IVF. I'm the father.
You don't
I'm the
hear that
father
every day.
I'm the father of IVFs. I got a call from Katie Britt, a young.
What does he mean?
Just
I'm the father of IVFs. Does he mean that, like, it's his juice? It's his juice that they're using.
Father of IVFs. I got a call from Katie Britt, a young, just a fantastically attractive person from Alabama. She's a senator. And I said, explain IVF very quickly. And within about 2 minutes, I understood it. I said, no, we're totally in favor of IVF.
I found it to be quite bizarre. Actually, he called himself the father of IVF. And if what he meant is taking responsibility, well, then, yeah, he should take responsibility for the fact that 1 in 3 women in America lives in a Trump abortion ban state.
Voters in some states have already cast their ballot. One day after Georgia broke a state record for early voting turnout, a judge struck down controversial new rules, including one that would have required the hand counting of ballots on Election Day. The judge also blocked a rule that included ambiguous language requiring officials to conduct reasonable inquiries before certifying election results. CBS News senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe joins us now from what looks like a beautiful, crisp fall day in Milwaukee. Ed, how is Trump's campaign explaining those comments about IVF?
Yeah, these were the comments he made yesterday, Lindsay, in that Fox News town hall that aired today, where he suggested he was the father of IVF. They basically are laughing it off, saying it was a joke and that the press should get a sense of humor.
It's always a joke.
The issue is this remains a pretty sensitive and important topic to many voters, including the voters, many of them he was trying to reach with this town hall, women voters. We've seen polling. We've talked to them across the country, many of whom say they're concerned about this. This was his opportunity to address the issue, and what he suggested was that states over time will probably loosen those more severe restrictions on access to abortion services, believing that some states have gone too far. We'll see if that happens. There are those, of course, that argue it shouldn't have been that way at all, that Roe v. Wade should still be in place. But notable that what was designed to be an attempt to assuage the concerns of women voters who might be worried about this, or all voters for that matter, was instead once again dominated by an offhand comment he made that once again his campaign is writing off as merely a joke.
Earlier, Trump's running mate, Senator J.D. Vance, was asked about the 2020 election during an event in North Carolina. Let's go ahead and watch.
I've answered this question.
Yeah, Melania came out saying that she was like pro-abortion, right? In a book. Is this like her soft launching her divorce, maybe?
Question directly 1,000,000 times. No.
I'm pretty sure all Melania ever wanted was to be a millionaire's wife, just to be pretty and just have an easy life, you know. And then all of this shit happened. I kind of feel sorry for her.
I've answered this question directly a million times. No. I think there are serious problems in 2020. So did Donald Trump lose the election? Not by the words that I would use.
As we know, Trump has falsely maintained he won the election. What do voters on the trail tell you about remarks like these?
I mean, this is part of what his base wants to hear. But let's remember, as you said, it's not reality. Joe Biden won the presidential election. What continues to happen is J.D. Vance twists himself into this rhetorical pretzel, appearing to try to have it both ways. What does that even mean? Not by the words I would use did he lose the election. Look, facts are that he lost the election. There are Trump supporters, Trump Vance supporters who believe otherwise and need to have that affirmation, it would seem, as the vice presidential candidate continues traveling to places like North Carolina and Pennsylvania. And, you know, his team may be frustrated that the press continues to focus on it, but the reason, in part, is because his answer on it continues to change as he one day suggests one thing and another says something like what he said today. Either way, if that's what the Trump campaign believes will help turn out supporters in the coming days as early voting begins and ahead of Election Day, we'll see if it works. Also watch as they continue to answer questions of whether or not they plan to respect the results of this year's elections. You've heard a lot of Republican candidates from Trump on down suggest, well, if the results are fair, or now you're seeing an increasing number of them suggest, well, as long as we make sure that undocumented immigrants aren't voting in big numbers. That has never been the case.
I actually watched Last Week Tonight. I got up my VPN and I watched Last Week Tonight, and he did a whole John Oliver did a whole episode on that, didn't he, about like voter fraud and how people on voter registers are being, like in swing states, are being contacted, well, hounded basically by these vigilante like voter fraud investigators, and they're basically investigating them on how foreign their name sounds to see if they've entered the country illegally and are now registered to vote. It's mad.
It's not expected to be again this year, but so many Republicans now focused on that potential concern as the voting begins.
I want to ask you about what strategy you take away from Harris's interview with Fox News and her increased media presence.
Well, two things are happening today. Both of them, Harris and Trump, are stepping outside their television comfort zones. She being the first Democratic presidential nominee to talk to Fox since Hillary Clinton did so back in 2016. Trump holding this town hall meeting with women voters, and also tonight appearing in a town hall meeting with Univision and a handful of Spanish-speaking or Latino undecided voters, facing, based on the early clips, some pretty tough questions on his stance on immigration and what would happen if people are deported, or whether he really believed that dogs were being eaten by Haitian immigrants in Ohio. Not the kind of stuff he's been getting necessarily from interviews with Newsmax or Fox or other conservative outlets. For her, we'll have to wait and see what the clips suggest or how it went. But it's designed to say to voters, look, I'm willing to face tough questions from Fox. I'm willing to face tougher questions in the black media space from Charlamagne tha God, who has not always been a sympathetic voice supporting her candidacy, either now or in the past. I'm willing to face those tough questions. Is he?
Thanks for the gifted subs.
Or is he spending more time with friendly podcast and talk show hosts who may be supportive of him and may not be asking him tougher questions? Whether that strategy works or not, Lindsay, also remains to be seen. But it is designed to reach that small handful of undecided voters here in Wisconsin.
Is it 50? I can't see how many it is for some reason. Thank you so much.
And in the other battleground states, and maybe disaffected Republicans who are uneasy with reelecting him, which is part of why she also held that rally today in suburban Philadelphia.
Ed O'Keefe, thank you.
Hey! Congrats to the 50 people who just got a sub. Thanks to Majestic Mayonnaise. You've distracted me now. What was I going to do? Elon's Dork MAGA rally gets awkward. All right, I haven't seen
Elon
this
Musk
yet.
doing a solo rally for Trump in Philly.
It's the power of his charisma, Sam. It's going to drive people to the polls.
You know, like, this is the thing. When they did that thing in the movie Patton, right, where Patton is in front of a massive American flag, what they're trying to communicate is how big of a personality, how charismatic Patton was. That, like, you could, like, only he could compete with a supersized icon that was already sort of big. And in this clip, you're going to see Elon Musk in front of a huge flag, and it's almost like we're watching, like, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids in real time.
But it's just obvious that Biden's not in charge. It's obvious that Kamala's not in charge. I mean, they just replaced the Biden puppet with the Kamala puppet, very obviously.
Pause it. I just want to explain to people who may not be able to see the image, or even people who are seeing the image. This is a rally. This is not, it almost comes off, I want to say, as like a TED Talk, but it really comes off more like a TEDx talk. Like, the TEDx talks were like, oh, we're doing this in a black box theater.
You could license it.
In Hingham, Massachusetts. Right. And it's really sort of like more of a knockoff.
It's TEDx Fargo, and they're going to talk about homeopathy.
And just the echoing noise of Elon Musk there. Do we have any clips of, like, how many people are there? Because it doesn't feel, make sure you say, because it doesn't feel like, you know, there's 25,000 people. It comes so enwrapped with what he's saying that you don't even hear them. It's like a pin drop.
They just replaced the Biden puppet with the Kamala puppet, very obviously. And so you can tell, like, if the teleprompter stops working, then the puppet breaks. And it's like, oh. the puppet just starts looping because the teleprompter broke. I don't have a teleprompter. I just talk
Wait,
like
I'm
a normal
sorry.
human.
Okay, another tight shot of the audience. But just go back a little bit. So this is he's just mixing metaphors.
Love them tight shots of the audience. The tighter the better.
Can we hear that again?
But the other thing I want people to think about is, okay, who is wasn't Biden supposedly like the Kamala puppet, or is it that it was Obama or Soros?
Yeah, and now there's like a bunch of puppeteers, which, like, usually when they talk about like somebody pulling the puppet strings, there's like one guy pulling the puppet. Now we have like a puppeteer for every single puppet. This is not really.
It doesn't make too much sense.
There is there's a lot of puppeteers. It's almost like a
cabal,
like a network, a cabal of people pulling the strings.
Just have the puppeteers play the role.
The puppet just starts looping because the teleprompter broke. I don't have a teleprompter. I just talk like a normal human.
That would be that would be a robot.
So I think it's not, from what I can tell, it's not one puppet.
Okay, just to introduce the beer. We're going back to the beer. I've had my mandatory pint of lemonade. Now I have undefeated New England Pale Ale. And it's got like a British bulldog on it. Brooklyn! He's using my DJ controller case as a scratching post right now.
Puppet Master, it's many, but interesting to see the crossover between the Epstein client list and Kamala's Puppet Masters.
Oh, pause it. You know what's interesting about the Epstein client list?
There we go.
Picture of Elon Musk.
Yep.
Ghislaine Maxwell and Trump
Donald,
with Epstein.
Yeah, that is fascinating.
Like, why set yourself up for such an easy own? That own is so fucking easy. Everybody knows those pictures exist. They're the most famous pictures on the fucking internet.
How about the quotes of Trump saying in the newspaper back in the day that Epstein really likes him young?
I mean, this is a fascinating, like, if he's not consciously trying to sort of throw the scent off the trail, like, it's just weird. He doesn't realize that there's probably, you know, I don't know how many hundreds of people who had that type of close proximity to Epstein, but no one else in the audience does. Just him.
And anybody who would follow that would know that about Trump and him.
Right. Right.
Well, they were spies. They were double agents. They were probably trying to get Epstein on, you know, prosecute him. Also, just a reminder, Donald Trump's labor secretary, Acosta, was the guy who fashioned the deal that let Epstein off in Florida. All right, let's play this one more clip from this really
rousing,
crazy rally.
The yellow MAGA hat is something else. I know he's going for gold, which is stupid in and of itself, but
he paid $45 million for that hat. That's you got to get that on the
great deal
MAGA merch.
And this is him taking a question from the audience on one of the more pressing issues of our time.
So much for being here. It means so much, and I think it's really in line with your character as I've come to know you from listening to you speak in interviews. In addition to voting for Donald Trump, what can the average citizen do to help train AI to be truth-seeking?
That has to be the dumbest question I've ever heard.
Well, I don't like to make fun of Trump voters.
They're propagandized to
too
much.
But I just don't understand.
These people are allowed to vote.
And in addition to voting for Donald Trump, like, what does that tell us about what she thinks voting for Donald Trump is a way to bring truth to things? And then the other one is, how do we get AI to bring us more truth? Okay.
AI to be truth-seeking.
Well, I think.
Do you remember a while back there, Elon announced Truth GPT? I don't think anything ever came of that. I don't think anything ever happened. I don't think he ever followed up on that promise. It's just one promise he's not followed up on. But he tweeted at one point that he was going to start Truth GPT because he thought Chat GPT was too woke.
Definitely, publicly pushing to ensure that AI is truth-seeking and is not sort of politically correct or which means factually incorrect. That's a big deal. Like, just speak out on social media and certainly complain loudly when other companies attempt to essentially program their AI with a dystopian San Francisco, Berkeley philosophy. And if you want to know where that philosophy leads, just walk around the streets of San Francisco. But be careful, because do not get killed by a violent drug zombie, because they're all over this downtown SF.
I'm looking at one right now.
So you can see where does that philosophy lead? And unfortunately, I think a lot of the AIs are being programmed, at least implicitly, with that misanthropic dystopian philosophy. Yeah.
Okay, so that was a planted question. I'm
What?
sorry, that was a planted question. No one.
That answer meant nothing.
Maybe not. My theory is that it's a planted question.
Why would he have such a? Is that
Those were just words as well. Like, what the fuck?
like his fixed answer for AI is like it allows him to go into the San Francisco's being run by zombies and woke stuff?
I mean, he's in the AI business. He's got that Grok thing. Peter Thiel's in the AI business. Why? What regular voter is like, what more can we do other than vote for Trump and to also improve our artificial intelligence business? It's like, what are you talking about? Outside of if she were, I don't know, maybe
that is
someone
a bizarre question.
It's not a kitchen table issue or something that you might hear at a Trump rally,
or you might hear it when someone's going to see Elon Musk.
QAnon kitchen table, yeah. Like the AI is coming for us, because I think his initial reaction was like, "This is such a moronic question." That why? Because most of this was him talking about you need to register to vote in the next 3 days in Pennsylvania. I don't think I don't know. I think this is just where they've got their base is just insanity.
But if it was a QAnon question, it would have been more, I feel like, about like blood drinking and these like visceral images. The question was about was very just tailored to these tech freaks.
Well, but the whole thing is that he represents to these voters, and they are, Muscovites, if you will. He represents to them liberating Twitter and finally allowing Twitter to tell the truth. I would put the number of anti-vaxxers and COVID deniers in that room at least 50%. Maybe 75%.
Yeah.
And then the idea is like, how do we have AI?
Say we can jail Fauci.
Yes. Say we could jail Fauci and not suppress all of the truth about race-based IQs.
Right.
And what's also fascinating about this, aside from the sort of the irony of him saying, Kamala's, puppeteer or whatever, this guy paid how many hundreds of millions of dollars? 200 million?
$45 million a month he's supposed to be playing.
$200 million so that he could actually play campaigner in a room full of like 300 people who are already going to vote for Trump. I mean, this is not like, the news of Elon Musk at this point, like coming to Philadelphia, it's got to be, maybe there's an article about it, but like, are people, I don't know.
But that's what's so odd about this whole period of the election. Like, Trump has been outsourcing some of the ground game to Elon. They're running ads about how Kamala supports trans surgeries in prisons, which again, independent analyses, journalists have talked about how this strategy didn't work for the Republicans in 2022. So it's like these campaigns are tailored to the obsessions of these two men. And I don't know what the direction is.
I think if you always look at this as like, there's two agendas, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, part of Trump's running is to also prove that the election has been stolen from him. Like he's trying to win, and he's also trying to sort of backfill with this notion of like, this is my plan B. I think people like Musk and frankly, Bobby Kennedy, I mean, I think all these people who are just like clearly mercenary about it too. I can't help but think that Musk's get out the vote campaign is there's probably some measure of like data mining and God knows what, like,
where can I skim?
Yeah. Where can there's a skim or there's some type of business angle. I think, Kennedy probably has some other aspiration in terms of like, launching some other enterprise that would come out of this on some level. I don't know what it would be, some type of, I don't know, anti-vax, network or whatnot. I mean, I think that was Trump's, when he ran the first time, that was basically his agenda. Mm-hmm. He didn't think he was going to win. And this time you look at like all the peripheral stuff, his Bitcoin, it was his crypto play, he's basically just piloting all these different scams, part to raise money to keep him out of jail. But I think this is the thing that we don't fully appreciate, is that I think just broadly speaking, look, there's a lot of, campaign consultants who make a lot of money off of this. And a lot of times that's what, dictates their consulting advice. But the world is just so much more expansive on the right. And there's so many more ways of making money on the right in that way. And their pursuit of these other agendas often come at the expense of the primary agenda, or what we presuppose would be the primary agenda, and they don't care. Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12.
Brooklyn is literally he's covering up as much real estate of monitor as he possibly can with his body right now. Look, I'll let you sit there as long as you stay there and you don't move. Brooklyn. I can't see chat anymore. I'm gonna have to move you. Oh yeah, Musk has been pumping Trump. He's been doing a pump and dump for Trump. Like literally a crypto pump and dump. Like, so if you look on Polymarket, I think it looks like Trump is going to win in the polls. But it's because basically Elon Musk has been tweeting about him. He's been pumping a Trump. Trump's lead on Vice President Kamala Harris expanded rapidly Monday on the blockchain-based Polymarket, which allows users to place unconventional wagers on events like the presidential election. %60 Trump right now. But it doesn't really mean anything because these are all just like Elon bros buying Trump coin, basically. Elon has been paying people in swing states $100 each to sign his petition. You know what, I was saying this before, but like, there's nothing like a US election season that makes me appreciate not being American. This is fucked. I'm so glad this is not happening here. But also, holy fuck, you're the most influential and powerful country in the entire world. Please just realize that, like, economies rely on politics and your politicians being stable. And this is not what stability looks like, America. This is not what stability looks like. It's the opposite. And then that makes other countries not want to invest in your country. You have to realize this. Stop fucking yourselves over. You're doing so well. Why do you keep trying to fuck yourselves over, America? Oh. The rest of the world is relying on you to remain stable. A stable, strong economy, and in every election cycle, you just try and ruin yourselves. Self-sabotage. Give Canada the reins for a bit, see what happens? Yeah, why not? This guy, though, this guy knows.
There's a lot of hoopla about age these days.
But not for me.
See that guy in the red shirt? That's Alan Lichtman, 77-year-old Alan Lichtman. And he's racing in the qualifiers for the Senior Olympics. But there's another kind of race Alan's just as qualified for.
Alan Lichtman.
Alan Lichtman.
Professor Alan Lichtman, who has correctly predicted
Almost every presidential election since 1984.
And today, Alan Lichtman's ready to tell us who's going to win in 2024.
Is that a weave, though? That's all I want to know, because that's some thick hair for a 77-year-old.
You see, you may think Alan's just a jock.
Well, I was a steeplechase champion in the 1970s.
His name is Dr. Alan Lichtman.
But he's actually kind of a nerd, a history professor, and a quiz show champion. These days, he's on a different kind of winning streak. To make his presidential predictions, Alan's model ignores the polls and the pundits.
It hinges on 13 keys that I developed in 1981 with my geophysicist friend, Vladimir Kyla-Sporak. It's based on 120 years of presidential election outcomes before then.
Told you, he's a nerd. Alan's model was one of the few that called it for Trump in 2016.
Donald Trump is going to win.
And in 2020, Alan got it right again.
Trump will lose the White House. The race was tight, but the keys were right.
So let's get to how these keys actually work.
They are 13 big picture, true, false questions that tap into the strength and performance of the White House party. And only 2 keys have anything to do with the candidates.
But Alan, 2024 is an unprecedented election year. Can your 13 keys really call it right?
The keys absolutely will work. They are the constant northern star of political prediction.
All right, time to run these keys and find out who will be the next president of the United States, according to Alan.
But first, let me change into something a little more comfortable.
Ooh.
Number 1. The White House party gained House seats between midterm elections.
The Democrats did better than expected in 2022, but they still lost House seats, so the key is false.
Remember, a false key is good for Trump. Number 2. The incumbency key. The sitting president is running for re-election.
Biden withdrew from the race, costing the Democrats this key. It is false.
Wait, you're saying it would have helped the Democrats if Biden stayed in?
If Biden stayed in, they would have salvaged this one key. That's all.
Okay. Moving on for now. Number 3, the White House party avoided a primary contest.
The Democrats finally got smart and united overwhelmingly behind Vice President Harris, so the key is true.
A true key. That moves Harris off the starting block. Number 4, there's no third-party challenger.
RFK Jr. has dropped out of the race, no other third-party candidate is anywhere close to the 10% polling threshold needed to turn this key. It's true.
4 keys in, and it's neck and neck. Let's keep going. Number 5, the short-term economy is strong.
Look, despite all the loose talk about a so-called vibe session, the economy is not in recession, so this key is true.
Number 6, long-term economic growth during this presidential term has been at least as good as the last 2 terms.
Growth during the Biden term is far ahead of growth during the previous 2 terms, so this key is clearly true.
Number 7, the White House has made major changes to national policy.
Rejoining the Paris Accords on climate change, the CHIPS bill, the infrastructure bill, the Inflation Reduction and Climate Change bill. Clearly, the key is true.
Number 8, there is no sustained social unrest during the term.
There have been sporadic protests, but nothing approaching the massive sustained social unrest needed to turn this key, so it's true.
But schools are just going back to session. With new protests, couldn't this key flip?
Yes, there are a lot of protesters upset with Biden's policies in the Middle East. But now with Harris, not Biden, front and center, that has dampened social unrest.
Number 9, the White House is untainted by scandal.
Oh, my favorite key, the scandal key. And Republicans have been trying for years to pin a scandal on...
Yeah, I'm waiting for like, you know, what do you call it? The October surprise. There's been nothing yet, has there? Is anything gonna come out? Like grab her by the pussy? Come on, guys.
President Biden and come up empty. So the key is true.
But come on, Alan. Biden's horrific debate performance, questions about his age, Hunter Biden, doesn't any of that count?
No. There has to be at least some bipartisan recognition of actual corruption that implicates the president himself and not a family member. So the key remains true.
So 2 false and 7 true so far. Looking pretty good for the Democrats. We have 4 keys left, all of which would have to be false for Trump to have a path. Number 10, the incumbent party candidate is charismatic.
This is a very high threshold key. You have to be a once-in-a-generational, broadly inspirational candidate. Harris has not met that standard, so this key is false.
Number 11, the challenger is uncharismatic.
Some people think Donald Trump is a god, but he only appeals to a narrow base, so that key is true.
But wait, that means...
The Democrats will hold on to the White House, and Kamala Harris will be the next president of the United States.
But wait a sec, Alan. We still have 2 keys left. The foreign policy keys?
You're right. Foreign policy is tricky, and these keys could flip. The Biden administration is deeply invested in the war in Gaza, which is a humanitarian disaster with no end in sight. But even if both foreign policy keys flipped false, that would mean that there were only 5 negative keys, which would not be enough for Donald Trump to regain the White House.
So I guess that means you're standing by your prediction.
Kamala Harris will be the next president of the United States.
There you go, there's some cope.
At least that's my prediction for this race. But the outcome is up to you. So get out and vote.
Well, I guess
it's not up to me.
That settles that race. But what about the one we started with?
Well, I won some medals, I didn't get hurt, and I qualified for the 2025 National Senior Olympics. Not bad for a 77-year-old, huh?
There you go. Now we know. We don't even need to watch election night anymore. Right. I'm going to have a wee, and then we're going to move on. We're going to move on. Do you have any opinion on Europe? What do you mean, the entire continent? Do I have an opinion on an entire continent? I don't know, let me think about it while I go and have a wee.
I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making.
So yeah, I just had a wee while thinking about every single European country. Oh, Brooklyn's just barged into the room and opened the door. Hang on. Was the spider okay? Well, the spider, I cannot see. It's clearly in its hole, looking at its spider porn. It's been gooning all night. My verdict on every single European country? Yeah, pretty good. Hope that was insightful for you. Yep, pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty good. Oh, what should we do next? The stream is our oyster. I don't like oysters though. Oysters are slimy and fishy, and I am vegan anyway. Although, don't some people argue that oysters aren't even alive? Are oysters alive? AI overview. Yes, oysters are alive when you eat them if they are eaten immediately after being shooked, says AI. Oysters are still alive as you eat them. So like the least vegan thing you could possibly eat then. They're still alive as you're eating them. If you're going to eat an oyster raw, it has to be alive or else it will no longer be safe to eat. I didn't know that, but I had no plans on eating an oyster ever anyway. People say mushrooms are animals now or something. Or some mushrooms are animals or something. Well, I didn't know that. I thought the oysters were dead, but apparently when you're eating them, they're alive. Look how fucking disgusting they are. Why would you even want to eat that? Oysters are killed when they are sliced from their shell. Ugh. Why would you... Ugh. Oh, that's why. Oysters don't have a central nervous system, so they're not believed to feel pain. That's why you can eat them alive. And that's why it's fine to eat them if you're vegan. Apparently. No, I wouldn't eat them. To test if they're fresh, you dribble lemon on them and see if they react. Oh, God, why? Why would you subject yourself to that? That's so disgusting. The Australians are triggered by this. Delicious.com.au. Wait. I can't do an Australian accent. Wait. Are oysters? I can't do that. I can't do most accents. This is very true. I can do few accents. I can do a bad American accent. I can do bad American and various sort of vague British accents, like Northern and Southern. That's about it. They don't have a brain. Oysters don't have a brain. What are they? What the fuck are they? So they're alive, but they don't have a brain. Oh my god. I didn't know there was going to be an oyster deep dive. Right, I reckon we need something fun. I saw this earlier. A mouse with a big fat dumpy. Look at this.
No way!
How is this? How did the mouse get this butt? I want a dumpy like this. I want to know the workout routine of this mouse. Pilates. Anyway, what else have we got? What is this? Financial Times, the budget game. Can you run the UK economy? Okay, we're going back to the UK for a second. Step into the Chancellor's shoes and devise your fiscal plan. All right. Your challenge. You have 6 weeks to devise your first budget and kickstart the economy. You oversee £1.2 trillion of annual spending, £1.1 trillion of revenues, and you need to get public debt under control. Wait, okay, let me get this into my brain. 1.2 trillion of annual spending, 1.1 trillion of revenues, and you need to get public debt under control. Right. So our debt is the 0.1 trillion. Is that right? You will not undertake this task by yourself, however. Choose your special advisor. Oh God. Are these all fake people? Choose your special advisor, known in Westminster as your SPAD. Your advisor should reflect your priorities. They will also give you advice. You can ignore them, but do so with care. Sylvia Slicer, Reggie Wellman, Mo Caring, Don Cunnings, or Amanda Lancelot. Okay, so Sylvia Slicer is Britain's entrepreneurial... she says, Britain's entrepreneurial spirit is being stifled. Cut taxes and go for growth. Cutting taxes doesn't necessarily mean growth, does it? Reggie Wellman. If our population is sick, our future is lost. Invest for a healthier nation. He's the guy that wants to do all the injections for the obese people. Mo Caring. We can't tolerate 4 million children in poverty. Invest now. It will pay off later. I mean, as in like, invest in the children in poverty? Or are these two sentences completely separate? When he says invest now, does he mean invest in a poor child incinerator? What does he mean by that? Don Cunnings. It's high time to turbocharge the British state and take things digital. Is this guy a crypto bro? Is he talking about Web 3? Amanda Lancelot. A secure nation is a prosperous one. Support our valiant soldiers. Tory backbencher. Ooh, I don't know. Shall we go for Mo Caring and hope that he doesn't mean child incinerator? Or should we go for the health guy? I don't like you, Sylvia Slicer. You're going to be an austerity bro, aren't you? See, getting children out of poverty, I think, is probably going to have very good return. Go on then, Mo Caring. Chancellor, we're going to make a top team if you protect the elderly. We have promised to stick to a set of fiscal rules. Keep an eye on the gauge. You don't want to end up in the red. I've preset your options to the last budget to get us started. Voters will be watching. Ooh. Okay, we've promised to set to a set of fiscal rules. Keep an eye on the gauge. You don't want to end up in the red. Right. Fucking hell. Time to set your spending plans. Let's start with health and education. Both are a big chunk of the budget, but let's keep spending to look after our youth and the vulnerable. Ugh. Okay. By how much should real terms health spending increase each year? What about education? Real terms health spending. What does that mean exactly? So I'm guessing the more I spend, the more that's going to go down. Real terms health spending. We do, right, as opposed to how I think the country is going now, I assume this means. Oh, Hannah Appleby, Cabinet Secretary. Raise health and social care spending this high and we're going to need cuts elsewhere. Ooh, oh no! Very small percentages. Okay, well, let's say 4%. What if I... Oh, she's back again. Hannah Appleby. We all believe in education, but this is a big increase in the budget. What if I put it up to 5? She fucks off. She's fucked off. I don't know, man. Next. Newsflash. Teachers are delighted with plans to invest in education. Primary school head Eve Wisdom said, "It looks like we're finally getting the pay rise we've long argued for." Hey! Oh, but look at my budget headroom. It's gone down. Time to target defense and home affairs. Uh-oh. Next up, departments such as defense, transport, and energy. These are politically sensitive. And to make matters worse, we've discovered a black hole left by the previous government. But we can find savings. Let's invest in people, not tanks. Ooh. Should defense spending meet our commitment of 2.5% of GDP by 2030? Choose your target. What the... what... Should defense spending meet our commitment of 2.5% GDP by 2030? So, like, that's saying I don't think we need to increase it. Wait, if I leave it in the middle. I can't leave it in the middle. It either has to go up or down. Oh, no, that's 0%. Oh, okay. Have you not seen the news? Wars are raging. We can get an angry call from the White House if we cut like this. So that's a cut. Okay. All right. So we've said previously we'd do 2.5% of GDP. But if I put it too low, they're going to get angry at me. I don't know. I don't want to change anything too much. 2%. Restore overseas aid by 0 to 0.7% of GDP by 2030. So it's gone down to 0.5. And you're asking me if I want to put it back up to 0.7. I mean, yeah. Yeah. This is like really just simplifying a very complex system, isn't it? Like, what does all of this do? Departments including transport, business, justice and the Home Office face real-term spending cuts. How much higher or lower should their budgets be in 5 years' time? Departments including transport, business, justice and the Home Office face real-term spending cuts. How much higher or lower should their budgets be in 5 years' time? This implies tens of billions in extra spending every year. We will need to save money elsewhere or raise tax. These departments are under huge pressure. Further cuts will gut crucial public services, says Mac Mackenzie, Chief of Staff. I don't want to cut anyone. All I want to do is tax the rich. Where's the tax the rich slider? It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. Oh, time to invest in the future. Investment in the future is always the first thing to be cut. Let's book the trend and commit to new schools, hospitals and transport systems. Net investment in our schools, hospitals and railways is set to fall from its current level of 2.4% GDP to 1.7%. What level do you want to choose? Look, you're just going to tell me that I'm spending too much money. This is going to cost tens of billions. I hope you have a plan. We could do without the magic money tree headlines. I'm just going to spend all the money, man. It flashed at me. Spend Hannah's wage. Yeah. Stupid bitch. Time to focus on welfare. Benefit spending is around a quarter of government outlays, but let's go further. Strengthen our vital social safety net and lift people out of poverty. I'm just going to keep spending money, okay? And when the tax the rich slider comes up at the end, we're going to put that one up to the top and everything's going to be fine, okay? Give families a boost by abolishing the 2-child limit on low-income benefits. Oh, God. Save money by pressing ahead with plans to cut winter fuel payments for most pensioners. Yeah, because you know what we're going to do? It could save you 1.5 billion next year, but officials worry you'll be blamed for pensioner deaths this winter. Yeah, but Hannah, what we're actually going to do is insulate their houses So we don't have to do that. Look at it flashing at me. Save money by capping annual increases in child and working age benefits, or instead give people a boost by increasing them. What? By capping annual increases in child and working age benefits. Or instead give people a boost by increasing them. Fuck them kids. Are you sure? Taking this step will hurt some of the most vulnerable families in the country. Fuck them kids. Keep to inflation. Reform the main disability benefit known as the personal independence payment to reduce the number of claims and save the Treasury £3 billion. Save money by linking increases in the state pension to average earnings rather than the triple lock, which raises it by the highest of inflation average wage increase, or 2.5%. That one. Newsflash. Pensioners have expressed their fury. Fuck them old people. After reports that the Chancellor is planning to drop the long sacrosanct triple lock supporting annual state pension increases. Time to set your tax policy. We've set our parameters for the size of the state. Now it's time to fund it. My career in local authorities taught me how important it is to support lower income families. Yeah, well, we fucked the budget, so raise money by reversing recent national insurance cuts. No. Rather than increasing in line with inflation, tax thresholds have been frozen. This means people pay more tax. Cancel the freeze and put money in pockets. No. Extend the tax threshold freeze for 2 more years. No. What if we say yes on these? Oh, I have to say yes to one of them. This will bring in 22 billion, but it's politically risky. Expect a backlash from the public and MPs. Yeah, sure, whatever. Oh, it's gone up a bit. A 5p cut to fuel duty is set to expire in 2025. Make this tax cut for motorists permanent instead. Yeah, fuck them cars. Fuel duty is due to go up in line with inflation each year. Cancel this and give motorists a break. Nah, fuck them cars. More electric cars mean less fuel revenue. Introduce an EV road tax. Yes, fuck them cars. Fuck them cars. Get the bus! Shouldn't we encourage people to switch to EVs? We still need to meet our climate goals. Build more trains! Build HS2! Deliver Labour pledges to put VAT on private school fees. Increase the taxes imposed on private equity firms and non-doms. And yes, tax excess energy profit. Yeah, what that? Well, that's the most obvious yes in the fucking entire thing. Raise or lower income tax. Or raise or lower revenues from business through corporation tax and business rates. I mean, shall we try and actually, like, not fuck this over completely? I don't know. 1p. Oh, no, can't be 2p. We will be hammered by the press and our backbenchers if we make people pay more income tax. Give me a hammering, baby. How much should we collect each year by raising or lowering taxes or pension contributions? 4 billion. Raise more from capital gains tax and inheritance tax. or less. Fuck your inheritance. Have you made a bit more money now? Everyone's going to be very mad. We have time to pull a few rabbits out of the hat. Let's make front pages. Spend $2 billion a year on extending home buyer stamp duty break. Pay for free meals for all primary school kids. Lower VAT on public electric vehicle charging. Kids. Budget day. I'm feeling confident, Chancellor, but that's what I'm paid to say. Ready? Yeah, they're all gonna hate me. They're all gonna hate me. Current budget. Oh, well, I'm doing better than the current budget. Oh no, I've increased the deficit. That's a bad thing. You failed to stick to your own fiscal rules. The pound has taken a dive, and bond yields are up. A worrying start for a new chancellor. The government is considering a change to its debt target to create more scope for borrowing to invest. Even using this alternative gauge, you would still break your fiscal rules. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that's how they actually do it in Parliament, is they take this quiz, and that's the amount of time that they spend in actual Parliament in deciding what goes into the budget. They just go on the Financial Times website in number 10, and they just come up with something like that. Liz Trust 2 Mooncat Boogaloo. There was no slider in the end for taxing the rich, unfortunately. No tax the rich slider. Money is a social construct. Absolutely. Money is not real. We can just print more whenever we want. Invest in Bitcoin, and then your bank account will only ever go up. There's my financial advice. Right. Oh. Shall we end with some cars in water? Fails galore. Alright, I fancy finishing off with some cars in water. Let's fucking go. Come on, Audi. Come on. Failed. It's vaping. When your Audi starts vaping. Hey, thank you for the cheer. Aww. They're all vaping. That does not sound good at all. Oh man. Like, to be fair though, I think before the cars drive through, I can't talk anymore. You can tell it's getting towards 2 a.m. When you're driving towards like a flood like this, to be fair, it is difficult to see how deep it is. But still, like, that's you don't want to risk it. Hey, thank you for the cheers. They thought they made it. I wonder why they fail when they're like at the point that they think they've got out. I wonder why they always fail at this point. To be fair, you can't tell how deep. Oh! No, I have to rewatch that one, I'm sorry. Oh, mate, that was... that wasn't even that was like a few inches deep. Oh man. Oh, the bimmer. Come on. See, that's because it's hard to tell. That's why they put the fuck around and find out rule is there. It's so you can tell how deep it is before you drive in, because it's hard to tell just from looking. Did you make it? Did you make it? Imagine going through that flood and then just like going out of a blind junction like that. Like, fuck it. Oh, they thought they made it, but they didn't. Now there's something hanging off the bottom of their car as well. A Jaguar. Yeah, I can make it through nearly 3 foot of water. Sure. Now I'm a boat. Yeah, get those wipers on. That'll sort it out. Yeah. Oh, it's the poor old guy. Oh no, look at him waddling out. Oh. Mate.
Come on, turn around, Jesus.
Oh dear. Probably a hire van.
Another weight up here as well.
Oh, your doggy! Doggy loves it.
Oh, so close.
Aww. I think the dog just shook off.
Oh, you
You bastard dog.
You'll have to edit that bit out.
Yeah, just enjoy life like the dog does. Exactly. Live in the moment. You see what these guys are just kings of living in the moment. Stop being worried about the consequences of driving through the flood. Just go for it. Live life, baby. Live life. Live, laugh, flood. This guy with the people carrier. He's just there to like tow people out all day. Like, some people just like literally this is their life, towing people out of floods. I think it's because they make a lot of money out of the YouTube channels they make of us. It's content, baby. It's content. I should do an IRL stream one day at one of these flood sites. Oh, oh!
Just try it.
Nah.
That does stink, though. What do you reckon once it's on, it ticks over, just to leave it running for a little bit? If it'll stay idling, yeah, see if it'll idle. Don't try and immediately rev it, that usually is what kills them.
Don't immediately rev it. No immediate revving.
Nearly.
Idle it, mate. Idle it. Idle it. Yeah, someone's getting their loft insulated today. Someone's getting their loft. Ooh!
I think we're going to wet it.
Ah, you're a boat. You're a boat. Mate.
Yeah, it's a good.
That's what they all say, mate.
Halfway up your wheels, yeah.
That's what. That's what he said. Oh, it's deeper than I thought. At least it's draining. That's what they all say. Oh dear. That's a vintage Honda right there. W-Reg. Oh, yes. Oh, it's spurting. It's spurting. They didn't have a number plate anyway. Where's your bloody number plate? Did that just come off? Oh, that's not a nice sound, is it? That is not a good sound. I'm just hooking the flappy flap back on. Hooking me flappy flap back on. Oh, quick fit! Someone's not getting their air conditioning recharged today. Someone's not getting their air conditioning recharged. Oh, a Veolia lorry. Oh, someone's not getting their rubbish collected today. Someone's not getting their rubbish collected today. I've got Diet Lemonade by Sainsbury's. Not a very good head. Not a very good head on this.
Running. That's right. You're welcome to be in it. Thanks.
There we go. There's my trombone.
Why would you do that?
Why would you do that, mate?
I don't know.
Indeed. Now you're stuck, aren't you, mate? Ooh, ooh.
Bruh.
It's moving back. Oh, what we got here? What we got here?
Oh, front angle.
A to Z energy solution.
You got me burning up.
Brooklyn had something to say. Did you see that? He tried jumping up, but he missed and he hit You Got Me Burning Up instead. He almost did a badger there. He almost did. Oh no, not the front grill thingy. Is it Land Rover? Come on, you can do it. You're a fucking Land Rover. This is what you were built for, mate. Come on. Yeah. Fucking showing off. Fucking showing off. Central Bedfordshire Council. Can they do it? No, they fucking can't. No, they fucking can't. Oh, look at the vape. Look at the engine vape. There's a little bit of smoke coming from it. By gone, there's a little bit of smoke coming from it.
I'm amazed he's actually trying.
No problem, mate, no problem. The horsepower on that thing, no problem.
I can see why now.
It's weird.
It's weird, isn't it?
It's broken down.
It's having a little wee.
I've been in here
Oh dear. Did the Vauxhall make it? No.
Have you seen a road?
It's the driver's prerogative if he wants to do it.
Did the Audi make it?
Oh, mate, it's gone.
He's vaping. He's vaping. Ooh. Oh, the headlights! The headlights are flickering. Oh no. Epilepsy warning! Uh-uh.
That's just drowned it.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
What are you doing?
The toe of shame. Taking it slow, taking it easy. Taking it slow in the Volvo. Did we make it? Yeah, I think it's just the frame rate that's making them look like they're flickering.
Have we gone?
That's conked.
It's conked, mate. Oh, a lorry. A little lorry. Oh, someone's not getting their meat, poultry or seafood anytime soon. Oh dear. Oh, scrap. Whoa! They lost the bonnet. They lost the bonnet. No fucks given. They're not even going to close it again. They don't fucking care. They're off. They don't care. They've got scrap to collect. Come on. What's this, a Jeep? Come on, mate. 2 number plates. He's not taking any chances with his number plates. Oh dear, you're a boat. You're a boat. You're a boat. It's okay though, because he's got a car snorkel, so the car can breathe. It's okay. Brooklyn, I can't see anymore. He's revving that car. He's not lost hope. He's still revving. And now we're climbing out the window.
Don't help. Go on, pass us the wind. Hook us up to one of the bars. I'll put you on the concrete. Yeah, that's it. Easy to come on that side. She was like, do you reckon anyone will do it? It was like, Matt will do it. Alright, metal. How much rope you got out? Quite a bit. Hang into the front.
They had that ready because they fucking knew that that could happen. This is not their first rodeo. This is not their first flood rodeo. Try that again, mate. Try that again.
Throw the whole hook, mate, over towards me. I've got another rope if you need it. Oh, I've got plenty of winch on this, don't worry. This is the problem though. I'm no good at throwing.
They're arguing. They're both trying to show off about the length of their ropes to each other. I've got another rope if you need one. I've got enough length on this, mate. Don't worry.
I'll do, yeah.
Having a rope
You
off.
don't need a double on this thing, you're only light. Yeah, it's only light. This is what you've been waiting for. Yeah. I thought you would have
Content.
Oh, we're fully in the water.
We're fully in the water. Submerged, mate.
Oh.
The length of your rope does matter. He's got his hazards on. Responsible. Responsible driver. Oh, God. That'll never be the same again. I mean, they've fucked their rear window anyway. That's the snorkel. That's why you need a car snorkel. It basically acts as a submarine as well.
Always
when you have the car
your
snorkel.
pipe work.
Yeah. Oh, it's the engine sponge. The engine sponge. Scoop it out. Scoop it all out, baby. Scoop all that water out. Will the Mercedes van make it? No. Called out the AA. Wait, what's he saying? The con rods on the engine? Hang on. When the pistons go up, it offends the con rods on the engine, right? When the pistons go up, they cannot compress the water, and that offends the engine. The engine con rods.
I'm not going to ask you to try it. I ain't even going to turn it over at a minute. I'm going to look into the airbox, and if there's water in there, I'm not even turning it
He's going to look into the airbox, and if there's any water in there, he's not even going to try and turn the engine over, you see.
Yeah? Does it go donk? Donk?
Because if it goes donk, then you're fucked, mate. Put a donk on it. Oh dear. It does look like it needs a bath. It does need a bath.
Steer yourself into the lay-by.
Someone ain't getting their Amazon packages. Is that man in boxer shorts only?
Steer yourself into the lay-by.
Look at him! He's just wearing boxer shorts in the deep winter. The fuck, mate? Having a right old
Anyone
pish.
going to open the door and let the water out?
Nah.
It's gonna be a bit of a lot of water.
Anyone gonna let the water out? Is anyone gonna let the water out of the door? Anyone? It's a bimmer again. It's always a bimmer. Oh, they've not. That was the number plate, wasn't it? Making a bid for freedom. Oh.
I can't move now because I'm surrounded by a lake.
Is that only half a foot of water? Half a foot? That's incredibly shallow. Yeah, they are collecting number plates. They did that at Rufford Ford as well. Like, at Rufford Ford, they had, like, a way bigger collection than this. It's the same dude with the curly hair in the waders, right? Oh dear.
Go on, pull it. Power. Stop.
Oh, sorry, is it half a metre, not half a foot?
Right, lower suspension down.
I can't read the ruler. Fucking metric. Drifting. Oh man, those tyres are fucked. Oh my god. Oh dear. Will someone spare that number plate? Please, take it out of its misery. Oh man. Is the rear end sitting on the railing? I don't think it is.
You want a winch, mate?
Do what?
You want us to winch you out?
Yeah, lovely.
Yeah, give us a couple of minutes to winch you out.
They were just going to abandon that car, weren't they? Oh well, it was good while it lasted.
It's a loft clutch, it's alright.
Lovely. Hang on, what? Removal of this car and or attaching anything to the vehicle which will be removed by force if necessary without prior written consent will incur a fee of £5,000 payable on demand. Huh? As in, like, if you put a clamp on it, on the wheel? Or if you tow it out of a flood, then you have to pay a £5,000 fee. I think it's like a stupid fake sticker that thinks that it will get them out of being clamped if they park in front of someone's fucking driveway or something. You have to pay me! No, you have to pay me! And they both just stand there like the Superman meme for ages. You have to pay me! Oh. Yeah, it's giving sovereign citizen vibes, isn't it? I do not consent to having my car clamped. Got the fire brigade in this time. Three men on the land, yeah. He's got the boat out. They got a boat. They got a dinghy. They got a dinghy. What do they need a dinghy for? What's going on? They're not going to put a car in a dinghy. That can't hold a car. Are they getting someone out? Oh, come on. Just make them wade through it. Unless they're disabled, then I sound really... Oh, he's old. Okay. Fair enough. Make them wade through. I mean, I don't know how he's going to get in that boat. Like, I think I'd have trouble getting into this sort of dinghy stretcher. As soon as you drive your car into floodwater, it's maritime law. Oh, he's made it. They're not flying any flags, must be pirates. Oh no. Come on, mate, you've already lost half of your number plate. That's definitely coming off. It's a hire van, what? You're not getting your deposit back now. Come on, mate. Oh, fucking hell. No. You're getting the trombone, and the tuba. Oh. Classic rentals. You're not getting your deposit back. You're not getting your deposit back. Oh dear. That's not a good sign. The rhythm again. Oh, he's doing the he did the thing. He's been watching the moon streams.
I say, I've got a rope if you need it pulling anywhere else.
Oh, he's showing off his ropes again.
I don't know if you've got...
His long ropes. We get it, mate. You've got a long rope. We get it, mate. It's the same people carrier guy. It's not about the length of the rope, it's about how you use it.
No, it just sucked water into the engine.
What is he saying? What's he saying?
Well, what would it have done? Killed the battery?
No, it just sucked water into the engine.
No, it sucks water into the engine, and then the engine can't turn, and if it keeps trying to start itself, it then breaks the electrics that try and start it.
And then the engine sponge gets all soggy.
I think it sucks.
And if you don't have a car snorkel, well, you should probably get a car snorkel so next time the engine can breathe when it's going through.
I think it sucked engine water in it.
I'd say that's almost guaranteed.
Yeah, air intake fairly high, isn't
It is raised.
No, it starts off fairly high.
The Mini! Will the Mini make it? No, it won't. Because these cars are shit. From what I've heard. Oh, I don't know. I just hear the shit. Mechanically.
Try not to smile.
Oh! The look of defeat!
Try not to smile.
You hear what he's saying to him while he's filming him? I think he's saying try not to smile.
Try not to smile.
Try not to smile. You have to look sad from her YouTube channel, mate. Listen to the cameras going off. I mean, this is top tier content. Aww. Bros looking after bros.
I'll go slow, obviously.
I do wonder if their cars like ever recover after this. Like, would your car ever be the same again? I assume not. Uh-oh, here we go, here we go. The release. It's time for the release. Ooh, good waterfall. Yeah, baby. Oh no, that phone charger's ruined. Oh dear. Oh dear. What's that? Scaffolding? Somebody ain't getting their scaffolding today. Oh, they got their mate from the same company to pull them out. Fucking idiot, Greg. You fucking idiot. The Seat Leon. Oh dear. Yeah, the Polos never make it. Do these people just love turtling their cars? Yes, they do. That's what we do, baby. This and Conkers is the national sport. Alright. Not football, it's this. Alright. Fun. Who shall I raid? 'Cause it's time for me to go to beddy boys. We've got Caroline Kwan. We've got the Surfs. We have Jarvis Johnson. These are all people that I follow that are currently streaming. What do we think? What do we think? What's the Surfs talking about?
Turning people like Anna and giving it to homeless shelters and other NPO organizations that are interested in combating what is a serious crisis in Southern California. But that's not all.
You want Jarvis? You want Let's do Jarvis, shall we?
No.
Alright, let's do Jarvis. We'll do Jarvis. Alright. Thanks for joining me, everyone. I love you. I'll see you next time.
Okay.
We'll do some gaming. We'll do some DJing. Yeah. I don't know when yet, but at some point anyway. I'll see you next time. Mwah. I love you. Mwah. Thank you for joining me. I love you. Right now, right now, right now.